Oh, damn it. Yeah, I'm having some interesting mic issues. I think my cable is gone. I don't know if you guys lost some audio there. Yeah. I'm going to try something here. It's a terrible fix, but I don't think it's just the cable. It might actually be the input on the back of my mic. So I'm going to push it up. Sorry, one second, I'm going to mute. Yeah, let's try this. Yeah, okay. Okay, we should be better now, right? How long was I muted for? Yeah, I don't even know what this looks like on X. I wonder if I can like look at myself and do like, no, probably not. Anyways, give people a minute to get past the Twitch pre-rolls or whatnot. But yeah, we're trying something new here. Got a bunch of stuff to talk about, which I'm looking forward to. Going to be looking at, as I said, the metadata topic, head tags and whatnot. There was some great conversation with Jose, with LiveView and concurrency from client-side frameworks. We also, what else is recent? The Strello demo, the Trellix demo that we released with Solid, which is the latest in a bunch of those demos. Yeah, we'll take a look at a bit of all that today. Yeah. Yeah, versus the other Ryan. I'm not versus anyone, hopefully. Although sometimes I might come off as versus the React core team. It's funny, I got the premium Twitter, to post that Strello demo, which means suddenly I get these longer reply responses, which is like a very dangerous thing to give me because, I'm one of those people who would like do, I don't know, like 5, 7, 8 chain responses in a row. Something me and I guess Dan Abramoff have in common. And now suddenly I can just like write a single message. But I found even with this new ability I have, it doesn't make communicating sometimes in quick succession on these online platforms any easier. I think there's one point in the middle of the metadata discussion where I was like having 3 separate conversations with 3 different React core team members. I still feel like we weren't quite understanding each other. So, it is what it is. Also, longer replies don't send notifications. Yeah. I think there's still benefit when you're going back and forth with replies to like keep what you're saying relatively short and to the point. See, it was a good thing for me because I do answer long. So I needed to edit every single reply on Twitter. It made things take a long time, but like you don't get my raw thinking there. I very carefully have to restructure everything I say on Twitter so that it fits within the message length. And that's good. Because if you've read any of my hack MDs, I definitely need editing. When I'm not editing, the thing makes no sense. I sometimes feel it too. Like sometimes even on my hack MDs, some of my other articles, like I try really hard to edit it, but like I trip. Well, it works in multiple ways. I trip people like streamers cover my articles like Theo up all the time. Like he reads a sentence, he's just like, you could tell he's just like, what in his head, he's like, what is this sentence? But even more when I'm like in chat on other people's streams and I write stuff, nothing I say makes any sense. So yeah, anyway. But yes, now I have premium. Oh, really? That's hilarious. I see. I guess it's because of the tag. I couldn't win. See, I put HTML style things around the word head, and only YouTube said I couldn't do that. The rest of them were like, just pouring my coconut water. One sec. The rest of them were like, okay, sure. Twitch was fine. X seemed like it was fine, but now we find out the truth. Sorry. Yeah, the stream's supposed to be called What the Head. I wonder if I can edit it. It's probably too late now. Yeah, I mean, Grammarly, just squiggly, squiggly, squiggly. It's like, yeah, it's like TypeScript and being in the playground. Yeah, see, this is crazy though. Like, this was my hunch. This was my suspicion here. As many of you know, streams generally average about 200 concurrent live people between YouTube and Twitch. I have like 4,000 followers on Twitch and like 10,000 on YouTube. But X, I have 40,000. So like, this is just win, right? Like, why wouldn't I, why wouldn't I stream there and go to people where they're at? So yeah. Anyway, have I wasted enough time getting people to show up yet? Anybody want to ask me a quick question before we get started on one of these topics? As I said, lots of fun stuff today. It's been 2 weeks. Kind of goes like that. Okay. Yeah. It's funny because like I see the title. Oh yeah. See, let me see here. Okay, I can see my own stream. So if I present my screen and switch over, yeah, give me 2 secs. Where are we? See, I'm right here. I can see the title of the stream here. But, interesting. Oh well. Probably enough inception, yeah. And this is just such a great indicator. What do we got here? What's the drink today? Coconut water. What do we got here? Harmless Harvest coconut water. It's this lovely reddish color because apparently all coconut water is this color. It's pink. Don't worry, it's natural. If you leave pure coconut water alone, like we do, varying antioxidant levels can cause a pinking over time. Yeah. There we go. We have a recommendation. Yeah, that's oxidization. Yeah. Not sponsored. Yeah. What would I do with real sponsorship? I don't know. Yeah, maybe Twitter thinks that I'm trying to do some kind of script injection or something. Anyway. Okay, where are we at today? Yeah, so let's start with the head title thing. Give me 2 secs. Okay, a lot of you probably think that I like it started with me discovering this tweet or something. It didn't. I've been looking into head meta management for about like on and off for about 5 to 6 months, and I was coming close to revisiting it. I was working on Solid's 1.9 release, and we get a bunch of stuff in, but like none of the features were like, wow, here's something for you, end user. They're kind of like just really good things, fixes, things that have been waited too long, stuff like that were better for handling errors around bundling and imports and better error messages and like tons of really small quality of life improvements. But I mean, you know me, when I release something to a demo, I like, quite often to have something to really showcase what we're doing. It's an important opportunity, right? And I was like, okay, maybe it's time to merge meta tags. So like Alexis had been working on stuff. He made PR back in March. And at that time I had, as you can all imagine, if you've followed my stream before, I had HackMD where I had kind of proposed what metadata could look like. And yeah, there it is, metadata. Changed 7 months ago, just to give you an idea how old this was. But I was playing around with like a couple hooks and then a way of doing generic tags, like use metadata. And I got this basically as honestly, this was actually really inspired by Svelte. Because I was looking at what we did with Solid Meta and different like head libraries, and then I looked at Svelte and I was like, man, the Svelte solution is so simple if people were accepting of it. They weren't doing any crazy layered deduping, it looked like. They were literally like, just set it as it lies, and then for title, we're going to render document.title. Instead of worrying about trying to dedupe head tags, we're just going to use the document property, and that way, like, it dedupes anyways. You can't go wrong. Like, I don't know if anyone knows. I hope you do. But if you put the title element on the page like 5 times, you only end up with one title. The browser only knows what to do with it. In fact, it's the first one. So if you like start appending more titles, it's only the first one that gets picked up. It's not the last one, it's the first one. As far as I've been able to tell. I haven't checked every browser, but this is kind of like the base behavior. So I looked at Svelte and I'm like, wow, if I could just write to title and just be like, I'm done. Like, that seems great. If I could just drop a metadata and not have to worry about this cascading rules and stuff, like, this is amazing. But then I was like, are people going to accept this? And I'm like, if I give them a couple simple hooks, they can build their own thing on top of it, and we're kind of good to go. The biggest thing that I wanted to make sure was that streaming could be done even better than today. Don't get me wrong, Solid handles streaming with our head library perfectly fine. We don't need a core feature to do this. We already have a core feature, in fact, which lets you inject content in the head. We've had it for quite some time. It's called Use Assets. No one uses it except for Meta Framework writers, but what it lets you do, and it's used under the hood on Solid Meta, it just collects the stuff and basically at the time of first flush just inserts it in the head. Simple mechanism, anyone could use it. But I wasn't completely happy with that. And I was kind of wishy-washy on this solution because the challenge is if you want to go beyond first flush, you need more stuff, I thought. So anyways, I shelved this for a while and started looking at it again recently. And when I looked at it again recently, I saw that React had suggested JSX elements, which, I mean, it's kind of attractive. If you guys don't know what I'm talking about, we can look at React.dev, reference, components, meta. Beautiful, here we go. It's under Canary right now, but you could literally, what they're saying here is I can just make this meta tag here, put it anywhere, and it just ends up in the head. I mean, there's something really nice and simple about that. And I looked at this kind of enviously because I was like, this is okay. The reason I was using data instead of JSX, like native JSX, was I was thinking, okay, we don't want to realize these head tags until we do it, right? You guys know in Solid, this generally would be just an actual DOM element. So, you can make a component that returns an object, but generally, if we went here, we'd have to mess with the compilation of native elements, essentially. Where it's a little bit different in React, because React, everything's a create element call. Everything's created one by one. Obviously, the trade-offs, it's way slower. But, like, it does come to benefit here, because you can write something as a JSX element, and not just because you can do this with components in Solid or whatnot, but as a lowercase native element and actually attack it like JSON data. So yeah, I was sitting here, I'm like, this is pretty cool. And I was reading the docs, because the docs are great here. Like, big props. They have docs for features that haven't even been fully released yet. This is awesome. And I was reading through and I was like, okay, meta, they don't dedupe. Interesting, just like Svelte. Okay, that's cool. I was looking at, like, and then there's some things like script and style where they were basically only letting one of the same source or href work. And I'm like, this is really appealing, because we actually have an open issue right now in Solid Start about duplication of some of this stuff. And we tried some solutions in Vinci for reference counting and stuff, but it didn't work properly in the server. And it's hard for Vinci to step in on the server side. There's a lot of, like, the DOM is a set amount of APIs that you could kind of step out of any framework, you know, use ref, so to speak, create effect, you know, use effect, whatever. And you can kind of like update the DOM directly and just build as a layer on top. But getting into people's server rendering in a generic way is a lot harder, because what are they outputting, right? As we talked about last stream, some of the server frameworks, you know, literally just give you strings and it's super fast. Other ones give you a VDOM like React, and then they have to like kind of work through that and turn into a string. I mean, I had a conversation with the web component people a week or so back, and they were trying to convince me that I wanted the DOM on the server. Yeah, I mean, crazy, but like you start seeing the problem here of like being kind of generalizable on this side. The one thing you can generalize, I suppose, is in the end, you will be sending an HTML string. At some point in the process, it will be an HTML string. But pretty much everything in between is kind of up in the air. That's cool. Though you made React.js meta, that's funny, because I bit solid meta library. Like you have an interesting experience. I don't know if everyone ends up with the same level, like the same experience when working on frameworks. I think myself or Rich Harris probably would, but like when you're working on a smaller framework and there aren't the base functionality libraries, you have like two choices. You can like pull it into your framework and be like, okay, this is a feature. But sometimes there's like things that you're like, I don't know about. Like, I mean, Rich put the foot down and made a decision on CSS. I could never do that. I was like, I don't feel comfortable enough about CSS to make that decision, right? Like, it seems like every CSS branch is a religion, and everyone, you know, has believers, and it's CSS feels more tribal to me than JavaScript frameworks, if that makes, you know, any sense. So like, I you know, looking at certain levels of problems, I was like, I'm just going to build libraries in the ecosystem so people can get that. The early days, there's a whole bunch of them that I build over like weekends, you know, like just like really quick and then never touch them again. Solid Meta was one of them. Solid Style JSX was one of them. Solid Style Components was another one of them. Like I was just building ecosystem style libraries because people had a hard time visualizing it at first. I think Solid was different enough from React that people didn't believe you could just basically do everything React did. It seemed too good to be true. So I had to like show it. So Solid Meta was another one. Solid Transition Group too. Solid Meta is not based on like some original work by me originally. It was based on not React Helmet. It doesn't actually, yeah, React Head. And the funny thing is, at the time I wrote Solid Meta, the really obvious thing to me is most head libraries didn't even know how to handle async on the server. They expected everything to be, you know, rendered in one time and then to collect it, not even async context. So you just like say, here's the head thing, run the request, collect all the head elements, write them into the page. That was the classic pattern. So the problem with async is there's the potential of fielding multiple requests at the same time on the server, and you don't want like them all to bleed into each other. You can't just make one singleton and be like, okay guys, anytime you hit, you know, a head tag or whatever, write it to this singleton and then we'll just flush it when we're done, because they can all crisscross. So we had to come up with solutions that were kind of specific to the request. And that was like the first piece that was missing. That's why if you look at React Helmet, React Helmet itself is still very much sync, I think. And there's a whole separate library. Yeah, so rendered as static, rendered string, rendered standard. They don't mention any of the new stream or whatever APIs. You actually have to use a different library, React Helmet async, to do this. You have a special place of hate for React Helmet. I hope, yeah. I mean, it's interesting because the thing that hit me when working on this library is, okay, And let's look at the pull requests for solid meta. Okay, someone wants JSON LD tags. Yeah, that's a missing feature. We don't have scripts in solid meta. So like that's something probably should be resolved. But the other ones are proposals on how to have different merging logic. One's like you should use key. One should refactor processing meta library. Because originally I took React Head's rules exactly and said if meta tags have the same name, they should override, you know? But the thing is, OpenGraph decided to throw a wrench in it. Like if you go look at the like spec stuff or whatever, they suggest that meta tags should be, you know, have like unique name or property, but they don't, there's nothing in HTML that enforces it. And to make things more fun, as I said, OpenGraph almost like encourages it, you know? So we get into this weird place where making certain types of assumptions are pretty bad. And I started, as I said, I looked at all these different solutions and I started like seeing patterns and inconsistencies. And I was like, man, this is a mess because I haven't got to the last piece of the proposal, but I suggested it. I want to be able to seamlessly handle head tags after the first flush of the stream. Now, I don't know how familiar you guys all with streaming. It's kind of funny because I was watching Theo's stream on Wednesday, and I caught a bit of it after the fact. And he actually covered the whole conversation and drama and everything that I'm talking about right now. And I was like, wow, that was quick. I didn't even think it was a drama, you know. But the one thing that became kind of clear is, as I kind of was watching, so I'm not actually sure how, and Theo's told me this before, nobody actually understands streaming. So I think it's important for the context of the conversation, because when different solutions say they support streaming, they can mean a variety of different things. And I think this is where the trigger was. When I said streaming, I wasn't thinking just first flush. And when the React team goes and answers everyone and said, we did this to support streaming, they actually are talking about just first flush. And when Tanner was like going crazy about how hard it is to work with it with streaming, he was talking about also not just first flush. So I think maybe we should start by actually talking about what the fundamental challenge here, right? Because the gist of this whole thing was React's Meta's JSX style tag solution doesn't actually do any kind of deduping except for like, it's more like it doesn't do overrides. Deduping is what we call it, but it's not really deduping. It's like, because like if, like it does deduping of things with the same attributes, right? But it doesn't let you like put two titles and then bar be the winner. All right, I'm familiar with HTML streaming in terms of transferring coded chunk to out of our stream, but what is first flush? Yeah, okay. Yeah, when I'm talking about first flush, I mean that you have, there's the time, maybe we should Excalidraw for a moment. Which one was this one? This was talking about why server rendering is still beneficial. Okay, yeah, let's get in here for a moment. Like, I mean, you can even see it for here in here, but yeah, let's zoom in. I don't know. I'm just gonna pick a drawing here. Wow. I don't know if I'm supposed to believe Twitter's numbers, but this is the most people who have ever watched simultaneously live stream any of my streams so far. So that's pretty cool. I've been streaming for 3 years. We had our 100th live stream. I forgot to announce it or make a thing out of it 2 streams ago, which is almost exactly like the 3-year mark when I started streaming. So yeah. Yeah, maybe that's what it does. But the funny thing is, in StreamYard, I'm seeing 560 concurrent between all the platforms. So I don't know if Twitter is just telling StreamYard and just upping the number, and StreamYard's getting that total come in. But whatever. Yeah, exactly. So it's just a counter. It makes you feel good as you're going. You just like keep on seeing the numbers go up. You're just like, yeah. Actually, I'm gonna just check Twitch for a second, see if I can give any shout outs, because Twitch is where a lot of the cooler other stuff is going on. Let's see what we got here. Thank you, Remirth, for the Prime sub. All right, let's go with it. Let's say Concurrent for the feel good. Yeah. Okay. Like, fundamentally speaking, you come in from your whatever. Let's just do this. Browser, server. You come in, very first thing you do, you make a request asking for the page, right? You know, / some page, okay? And then server responds with HTML before loading everything else. And what I call first flush generically is whenever this first response is, because when you're streaming, it's instead of being one response, it's like multiple responses coming from that point of time, right? Essentially, you have the single request and then you have multiple responses. The first flush is the first response. And why the first flush is important is because there's certain things that you don't get to change after the fact. Statuses, like your status code, like is it a 200 or is it a 404? You don't get to change that after the fact. Raid. What kind of raid do we have? Oh, it's here we go. It's Dax, I think, right? Did we get Dax? Yes, we got Dax with the Party 129. Awesome, yeah. Just talking about streaming. Yeah, flushing is important, you know. How did everything go for you all today? You guys were making Cloudflare faster or something? Nice. Made Cloudflare faster. It's official. All right. So, yeah, there's important things. And one of the classic things, if you don't consider things like out of order streaming, is, you know, your head tag in your document, it tends to come in that first flush. So all your, you know, metadata and stuff comes in that first flush, generally speaking. The challenge, though, is if you forget about streaming for a second, one thing you could do is load all your data, right? Like the gap here could be, you know, you could have, I don't know, let's pick another color over here. Maybe whatever. I'm just using rounded rectangles. We can put our database over here, whatever. Like it could just be, you know, this going on, and that's why you have the gap. But the reason you stream is because if you got a lot of this going on, you don't want to delay this on the slowest one of these. It's like it becomes a math, like a statistical problem, right? Like there's like nice UX aspects of streaming, you know, when you have varying importance of data or latency. But like for the most part, I think the biggest benefit of the streaming thing is simply the fact of like you talk to 10, 15 services, you know, you don't want to be as slow as your slowest service. It just propagates it all the way along the line. And you can see that like, it's like the long tail on it. Like it's very simple math you can do, but you know how like when you're doing percentage math, and you multiply it, and then it, and I guess it's the inverse, like 1 minus the inverse. Basically, each service that you add, each different connection that you're making on the back end that could cause latency, like it has a profound effect on the overall average latency of your whole request. Anyway. Yeah. No, that's perfectly fair. So, what I'm getting at is, there's an argument to be said that we shouldn't flush the page until, like the first flush, until the core part of the page is done. See, because you can picture, if you flush too soon, you might not have anything relevant to show the user. So you're just showing them intermediate loading state. An example of that would be like one of my solid start Hacker News demos. I make tons of them. Of course, that's way too fast for you to see. But if I tried to like really slow down the network somehow, please, it's still using. We're not. Maybe I need a something with lots of stories in it. This one, and then we'll refresh on it. Let's refresh on it and see it stream in. Yeah. See. Okay, you saw it. Honestly, it's quite possible that version isn't really worth it because you're barely showing the page. It's arguable. Maybe I should have waited for the primary content. There's better examples where you can actually show primary content and then have stuff later come in later. What's that silly demo? The next guys had it. I also made a version of it. Streaming storefront Netlify app. Yeah. Everyone knows what I'm talking about. Yeah. Right. Let me see if I can refresh on this. Problem is, it's sometimes hard to see it with. The problem with network simulation is the way that like tools like Lighthouse and like Chrome do it is they kind of like put just a wall on it and then make everything hit that wall instead of like actually simulating on a in a more realistic way, which means that it's sometimes actually hard to see the effects and benefits of these kind of throttlings through simulated 3G or whatnot. That's a whole other story. I think we did a stream on that a couple of years ago. But like, honestly, just go look at Guillermo's tweets about PPR on X. Half of them where he's like, no loading spinners, like all of those things. It's literally the difference between deciding whether to hold the stream or not hold the stream. Obviously, when you pre-render something, you don't have to wait, right? If we go back to our Scala draw, there's none of this. You've already grabbed it. But mechanically, if you didn't pre-render with PPR, but just like had the data sitting there ready, maybe in a KV or something, it's like exactly the same effect. It comes down to like whether you stream back immediately with the loading indicator and have the content swap in, or whether it's just there in that first flush because you delayed it. But sometimes like that decision is dynamic based on the availability of the data, the design of your website, a whole bunch of factors. So the one thing that I've been struggling with a bit is, if you need to put the title in the head, right? And that happens at the first flush. Does that mean that anything that can impact the title? Theo actually had a funny example, I think, on TWiJ that he showed. If I go to my page, I'm probably not the same because my slug, where is it? Okay. Ryan Solid 7. Is it when I refresh TWiJ? Okay, yeah. Mine's not a good example. Theo was a good example because he had capital letters in his name. Let me see if I can. Let's see if I can actually get. Yeah, see Theo, capital T Theo, right? If I refresh. So if I refresh this page here, and we're looking at the top corner here where we see capital T Theo, I think he said that he had lowercase and it went to uppercase. Basically, the title was changing dynamically as it came in, because at the time the page load, they only know his slug, they don't know his actual name. And then as the rest of the page loads and you get more information, like they load his profile, they actually update and go, okay, his name's T. And then finally, when the notifications load, they add the my notification count beside this tab. So what I'm getting at here is you can obviously do a bunch of these title additions in the client after the fact, but that means that you have to wait for all of the hydration to have happened, or like the code to be on the client by that point. One of the coolest things about these streaming solutions, which is it might not be obvious to people, is while streaming doesn't work, or out of order streaming doesn't work if JavaScript's turned off, I could remove the solid or React script tag that loads it from the page, and streaming still works. It's not tied to the framework. We want to be able to show the content as soon as possible, regardless of if hydration has happened. This streaming mechanism works by essentially appending script tags to the bottom of the page that give instructions that pass in data and pass in there's code here. You'll see get document element ID, find the placeholder, grab it, remove all the siblings, and replace it with the new content. Like, we actually write scripts that actually move HTML that we added to the bottom of the page and slide it into place. That's how it works after the first flush. We just keep on appending HTML to the document as we stream, but it gets into place the way like this get, I'm gonna turn off the silly fake throttling so we can see it actually better on this one, because this one has fake throttling on the data level. What you're gonna see when I refresh the page is when we first load it, it happens too fast. Why are we always too fast? Okay, see how products for you is kind of flickering in, streaming in. If I flip down here, it's hard to. There's no footer on this page, but my point is that this HTML that replaces this loading placeholder is actually just appended, and then we have a script tag. So if solid never loaded on this page, we would still have this same loading effect coming in. And my thinking is if I wanted to handle proper streaming of stuff like title and metadata, it should work the same way. Sure, I've already flushed the head, but if we discover a title further down that depends on some async data maybe to get Theo's name, we should be able to stream it up into the page regardless of if the framework has loaded or hydrated or done anything yet. That's my premise here, because otherwise the recommendation is make sure you load Theo before you show the user anything. If it's yourself, that's not a big deal. You you load yourself. But I'm not Theo. I'm looking at Theo's page. Why? Like, every time I hit the server, I don't load Theo. So why? Like, it doesn't make sense, for this to be something that I would have, preloaded or had a really steady state. Should the user wait before sending anything? I don't know. It depends on UX or but like I was looking around, right? I was looking at different things like, static metadata, that's easy. Dynamic metadata, generate, like there's great solutions and all these things. Good to know. Both static and dynamic data through generate metadata are only supported in server components. Okay. Fetch requests are automatically memoized, blah, blah, blah. Next.js will wait for data fetching inside generated metadata to complete before streaming UI to the client. This guarantees the first part of the stream response includes head tags. This is good, because without it, it would be kind of, you don't even know what you'd get, right? Depending on like when it decides to stream, you might get some of the head stuff, you might not. So they wait. But the tricky part is they always wait, right? Like, it's like basically saying like, okay, I need Theo here. Like, I need to load this for the title. I'm never going to respond. No cases unless all the stuff I need for the metadata. And honestly, this has been the common recommendation of libraries, right? Remix suggests the exact same thing. But it's okay, right? It's a reasonable constraint. But it was one where I was like, okay, I thought when I saw the React APIs here being at an element level, so you can understand how Next does this. They hoist all the data fetching from the router. When you export something special on a page, Next goes, okay, you're going to this route. I know you need this, this, and this. They just grab those exports. But this API has no such thing. You can literally, you can hold it wrong relatively easily, right? Because you can just put this under a suspense boundary, have it await on some async data, and it will happen after first flush, right? Which is, as I said, you instruct people. In the sense, solid meta is like this today as too, where, if we miss it, it won't get server rendered, and then when the client hydrates, we'll kind of fix it along. Tanstack start, I'm almost guaranteeing is doing what Next or Remix is doing, because this is not something you can solve in user land. I'm hoping you're starting to see the picture where I'm getting to. Well, I mean, you can solve it in user land, but if you want to understand how to solve it in user land, you have to understand why Tanner was so upset when he found out about this stuff. So we'll get there in a second. Yeah, you can out-of-order stream without JS in really, really trivial cases. The problem is, and I looked into this because honestly, I would love to out-of-order stream without JS, but this is using the Shadow DOM trick, right? Like the Declarative Shadow DOM trick. Let me quickly grab this off TWiJ so I can see what you're getting at. Yeah, this is just the demo though, right? It's showing stuff coming in, in random orders. The challenge is that the way the Shadow DOM works is like it has a slotting mechanism. So you can define where like these components are and where the slots are, but the elements that get slotted in have to come in at the same level as the as where those components are, like the same level in the hierarchy. So if you have a bunch of things that are like stream, then stream, then stream, then stream, and you just make your Shadow DOM, Declarative Shadow DOM container at, say, document body level, and you just keep on appending, to the body, and they'll slide in like this. But it becomes much more difficult, and actually I don't think really feasible, if you actually nest stuff. Like you have a suspense boundary and you draw some stuff and you have a suspense in the suspense. This happens all the time with hierarchical UIs. And then this mechanism actually doesn't work because while you're nesting those slots, so to speak, you're only going to be streaming to that top level, the same level as the body. So they don't see each other. I was a little bit disappointed how much of a complete miss this was, but it is still a cool feature regardless. Anyway, no, I mean, Remix is doing something very similar to what Next is. There's slight differences, and if you guys really want to get into the differences, we can talk about that in a minute. But it's the same idea of having route level groupings, and then with the ability, see this one's using parent, to merge from the parent level, so you have complete control of how the merging happens. Okay, you got the blog post. But yeah, I'm very familiar with this. As I said, unfortunately, it's useless for frameworks, but it is a very cool demo. Like HTMX is Node.js. No, this mechanism is literally Node.js. It's using Declarative Shadow DOM which is a template thing. It's miraculous to, like, when you look at it and you're like, this is so cool. If it were actually useful, it would be like one of the coolest things to come out from the spec side in a while. It's like, you know what? I'm going to pull up the blog post just for 2 seconds because I bet you it actually, like, I'll be able to actually, I'll be able to actually see the issue, like, in the article. If they show any code, I can, like, better explain it. Okay. Right. Shadow root has slots. They have name slots, perhaps. And then you define what a slot is. See, this one's outside of the shadow roots. The shadow root owns all of this, right? And then outside of the shadow root, but at the same level, there are elements. And anytime we find a slot with that name, this will automatically get kind of like virtually inserted where the slot of that name is. Now, the tricky part about this, like, it's actually not hard to write code for it because it's literally a template element. And then the slot looks like this. And the way HTML works is if we don't have this div tag, it's smart enough to auto heal and automatically close. So you can just keep on appending stuff and not close the document, not even close this div, and get stuff rendered on your page. But the challenge, as I said, is, first of all, now this template has to basically be the top of your app because you're going to be just streaming stuff to the end here. And this doesn't work well if you have a template inside a slot. Like, what'll often happen with these things is you'll actually have slotted content that inside that slot will have more templates, which then have to get future streamed updates that are getting appended down here, not inside here. Yeah. Anyway. Hopefully that makes sense. Sorry, I hope I didn't go too far down the rabbit hole. I think you can nest declarative shadow DOMs. I'm pretty sure you should be able to. Let me think. Is there any reason why you wouldn't be able to? Because you can definitely make elements with shadow DOMs inside other elements that have shadow DOMs. So yes, I believe you. Unless there's like an additional restraint, I don't see why you wouldn't be able to. Yeah, I mean, I stream like 5 hours almost every week. I'm hoping my explanations work, but I think what we'll find with an editor is a lot of times I'm not the best person at explaining stuff. I'm kind of hoping that somebody who watches a stream will come in and actually do like a proper video. Like, I'm always amazed how Theo can just kind of like stop and just like, okay, I'm in video mode and just record videos like that. I mean, it takes a little bit of prep, I think. I don't like being prepared. It takes too much work. Editing takes too much work. Everything takes too much work. But I'm glad you guys are here to listen and chat with me because, you know what? I learned stuff from talking to you. So, yeah. Okay. So, streaming is tricky, to say the least, right? And it is a stance to say we're going to just block everything. That's kind of like the only choice you have. I mean, other than that, how do you intercept the stream and put stuff in, right? Well, you could use the same trick that we do with suspense when I was showing how we were, putting script tags to insert elements. We could use script tags to update the head as we're streaming. And that's something that I've been thinking a lot about. And you need a mechanism that supported this core. Otherwise, the developer would have to like go in and take the rendered stream and then get the stream output and inspect itself and be like, okay, what's in the stream? Oh, here's like a head tag. Let's take it out. Do this. Like you basically have to do a bunch of hijacking of the stream stuff. Don't get me wrong. React, Solid. We also have ways that you can get yourself in the middle of the stream. But that's also the place I don't think anyone ever wants to be. So yeah, when it means to support streaming, probably means a lot of different things for a lot of different libraries. Still, I feel the tension here, right? Because I showed you guys solid meta. What we're actually missing here is I merged one of these proposals. I was wrong to, probably. So solid meta worked one way. Someone said, hey, I have duplicate open graph tags and asked me to change it. I'm like, I guess this sounds reasonable. So I merged it. And then that triggered this because people like, oh, this broke what I wanted to do with it. I think deduping should look like this. And then the original person who did the other one was like, no, I think I can make deduping handle both our cases with this. It is a mess. Like, trying to tell people how stuff should dedupe automatically is not unlike telling people that they should use Tailwind versus style components. I mean, people should probably never use style components, but like, I pick something that's actually good versus something else that's actually arguably good. This is something that, as a framework author or library author, like low level, I don't want to step in. I have enough experience just having a separate library having this problem. But if we're streaming, essentially, like if we open up the ability to control the streaming in a really native way where you could just put the tags on the page, like the way React is proposing, and you're streaming it, you have to have a way to be like, oh, this script replaced this script. Because if you don't have that mechanism in the core, the only thing you could ever do is append. Like, you need some kind of mechanism that's exposed to the end user. Even if you say that you can't make any decisions here, like you're like, I don't want to determine deduping for you, you can't just go, I'll leave it to userland. Userland can't actually solve this problem. Like what? Like if you know, if for some reason, like title, you want to make it so there's only one title and you can put multiple on the page, so you can simulate this, you know, Theo then Theo then Theo and notification situation all with streaming. If the core mechanism that you're given doesn't give you a way to do that deduping, you know, be able to flush in, you know, update title, remove title, like whatever type code, your only option, like on the client, yeah, sure, you can just go build something because you can interface with the DOM directly. But on the server, all you can do is like try and parse the stream as it's coming and doing stuff, unless it's built in. So what I'm getting at is, maybe it is fine to always wait. That is a fine decision to make. But if the idea is that you don't have to always wait, the mechanism to be able to do some sort of deduping, even if you don't think it should be the thing, has to be built into the core. That's basically the whole logic here. So you're forced to pick a side where all sides seem reasonable. Yeah. So like, yeah, I mean, this is not a fun place to be. Let me kind of go back to Twitter for a second, right? Because let's look at a bit of the conversation, kind of get some context. Because some meta tags have multiple instances, others just take last one is fine. Also, don't be intentional. Define sociology. Yeah. So I mean, when I read this from Ryan Florence, I'm like, okay, it's because the Remix, they have their own solution, right? So who cares, right? So we'll get back to Ryan Florence in a minute. I wish browsers did this automatically. I think we all kind of do. What else do we got here? Before we get to Sophie, who had actually a very good reply, we do dedupe identical link, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, so I'll combine this with Sophie. React could dedupe, but it's not obvious which one should win. Maybe if there was one deepest one, but what if there are two equal depth? Okay, so Yeah, let's get to the problem with deduping. Deduping, the reason we don't want to touch with 10-foot pole is it's fundamentally broken. Like it doesn't actually work in a sensible way. Right? Like I get this. This happens sometimes as a framework author. You build something and you're like, okay, and then you find a hard problem and you're like, I don't think there's a general solution for this. So you kind of leave it. You kind of like, okay, we'll let users kind of figure out what makes sense for them. And it's far enough outside of our realm that we don't care. And then the users make the solution and you're like, God, this is terrible. And you're like, yep, but they're allowed to make terrible decisions. We're just going to let them do it and, maybe give some guidance, but you understand that everyone's app's different and everyone has their own needs, and it's very hard to be too prescriptive here. And then you get a little further around and you're like, I need to add the, feature B, like this other feature. And you look at what the user did and you're like, yeah, that's not really in line with our thinking and really with the philosophy of the library or framework we're building. It doesn't make sense to ever approach the problem like this. Let's see if we can give them a gentle nudge in the what we consider the right direction. And then, sometimes you get even further along the line where you're like, we actually, in order to do these other features, we have to just take ownership of this thing at this point. That's the only really way to make everything just keep working properly, and then you're like, yeah, you look at user space and you're like, yeah, those solutions are just terrible. But the problem is users have been doing it this way for the last 5-10 years. So you're in this place where people, it's expectation of how things should work, versus like what, kind of makes sense from a design standpoint. And I think this is one of the things that I really like about React and the React core team members and that, and what, kind of integrity there is they generally don't make stuff because people will like it. I have a huge amount of respect for that. That's not why we make stuff. I make stuff because it will make people successful, whether they like it or not, whether it will give them powerful tools. And that's something that I think share with the React core team, and I have a huge amount of respect for. I'm always wary of solutions that are kind of like, yeah, we can do that. Yeah, we can do that. Oh, we want this feature, bring it in core, and just keep on doing that. Because at some point it won't be sustainable. They're bringing a bunch of work on themselves. Maybe, they'll grow at a rate that they can keep on top of that. But it's like at some point, being too opinionated will impact, feature C, which we haven't got to yet. So it's very dangerous to go out the door with the intent of satisfying people. And so from this perspective, like React comes in, looks at the space probably. I don't know how much they look. I imagine they look at least in the React zone of the space. Knowing the amount of research I do, I assume that they do a decent amount of research, and go like, yeah, okay, and kind of just determine, not based on like what everyone thinks how things should work necessarily, but what makes sense to work with the way the framework works. That takes guts, that takes, vision. And that's why I, have a, huge respect for React. On the other hand, sometimes that ship sailed. So it's an interesting tension. Easiest longest title wins. Yeah, he inspired me to give me the exact example. I didn't expect him to cover this so soon. Like this, anyway. The truth is, what this whole talking about depth and stuff is like, if you can very easily, let's go back to our example here. What if this is under like a ternary based on some other state, Or what if this one is, the top one is under ternary based on some other state? So you go render the page, it's not rendered, then this one's rendered, and then something changes and now this one's rendered. Like who wins? Is it based on hierarchy, who's the tallest? That's actually not always good, because if you've ever played around with depth first or algorithms and stuff, you know that like siblings of that start on the same depth, but then like you're not guaranteed to have a reasonable order from it. And they could be actually just straight siblings, and you just, depending on what's async, something async loaded before something parallel async, you know, it loads A then B one time, loads B then A, and you get different stuff. Yeah, we'll talk about unhead in a minute. Unhead has like, this is an interesting point, because it gets into stuff like philosophy. I just told you how much myself, and because of that, I respect React's philosophy and how much like I align with them, generally speaking. I get where they're coming from. Unhead is very Vue. I know it's so funny when I talk to people in the UnJS ecosystem, they never understand what I mean when I say when I say things are very Vue. And a lot of stuff in the UnJS ecosystem is very Vue. And it's not because of an API surface. It's not because of anything. It's there's like a philosophical aspect. And I don't know, I haven't figured out how to chart it like on a spectrum chart, but a lot of library authors, not like framework authors, like, it's funny because, you know, React's library, I'm not counting those. Like, I'm not talking about like the core library, like framework or whatever, but a lot of like third-party library authors, people like Tanner Linsley, for example, someone who React community from, are more of the Vue mentality. Like, that's where they sit. I don't sit there. The React core team does not sit there particularly, but we'll talk about, I definitely looked at Unhead. Right. So like, yeah, what was I going to get here? So yeah, I mean, Sophie says something else here. Let me get a little further. Ultimately, this is a hint that letting any component authoritatively render a title is not quite the right pattern, and you should only do it with components that know their singletons per window, so that the ties into routing, so you want a framework to handle. Okay. So I mean, some people made it, you know, is this another place where React is telling you to go use Next or Remix, right? There's that kind of question, right? So maybe, but the challenge is, while I can agree with this, that author render not quite the right pattern, you should only do it with the component node singleton per window. How do I make Theo a singleton per window when the data that I need to complete that is lower in the hierarchy? I mean, I could hoist the data fetching even further, use preloads, you know, and kind of figure that, you know, build into the router essentially. And that's a sane thing. But even then, like, suspense and stuff becomes hard. What if I don't want to wait? Do I have to live with a blank title before the title actually shows up? While I agree that it's fundamentally broken, I'm also not hearing a solution. So, like, this is kind of like the challenge here, right? And I was really having a hard time understanding why this exists, because like I hinted here, I don't get why. I imagine I would just use remixes or Next head management. If the collision belongs in the router, why would React ship it? Would either use this under the hood, right? Me and Rick, he go down pretty deep here. I can't remember where this ends up. Zeke, no, not that. Let's go here. It's funny. I can't find it anymore because of how deep it is. I'm gonna grab my bookmarks because I did bookmark a couple other tweets that are relevant. I don't know what they're doing now. No, we'll talk about that in a minute. That's Jose. Maybe I. Yeah, see, we don't have Tanner's original tweet. He deleted it. I wasn't online that night, so I didn't even see what his thing was. But let's just look at what Tanner wrote. You want to find Theo's tweet, or sorry, Tanner's tweet? I can drop this in chat. Actually, I should drop it here because then it'll drop it on all the places. All right. So how did this conversation go? Please avoid sensationalist. Yeah, blah, 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 blah. Fair enough. I deleted my original tweet so we can start over. Is there an official explanation or documentation for this reason? It should also be equally obvious the scattered Twitter thread on the subject won't suffice. With just don't hold it wrong. That's what his impression was from their comments. Honestly, deduping was an attributed feature that I think many others assumed to be included. More actionable question, does it mean that I can actually get rid of my meta tag management? Part of my ecstatic excitement was potentially giving devs the ability to use these features directly and removing my need for abstraction. I mean, yeah, I mean, there's that aspect too. Yeah. See, all the documentation for here has been great. This is how I actually knew about it. I didn't find out about it in a tweet. I read the docs. So there is that. But that's not really answering the question. For Tanstack, you can decide if you want to expose a meta tag API, avoids pitfalls, or let users have, for example, remix as a meta, blah, 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 blah. Yeah, it is the wrong term. We talked about that already. But it's interesting. See, Ryan Florence, this is what I want to find. He goes, I think meta tags should all be figured out before you flush anything. So above suspense priorities. People were screwed up, but if you care, you'll know what to do. See, I already showed an example where this isn't true. But I'm like, okay, well, are you going to use these elements now to build Remix's story? Because Remix actually has deduping. We haven't looked at it yet. It's similar to Next. If I go to Remix, metadata, I think, metadata, and we look here, Remix meta, you'll see something very similar to Next, it's generate meta, which you can just, it has a different format. So the deduping works differently, but it's the same idea that you can, I believe, take the parent data, parent route loaders, and then essentially like do further merging based on the parent information, right? This is a great solution. Handles all the different variations you want at the router level, not at the core library level. But so I go, will you be using these new tags? And he goes, I don't use our route module meta exports anymore. I just put meta tags in the route components to let React Float do its thing, and it's glorious. Is the status code finally different task from returning the title tag? This is a profound question, right? You could say that it isn't, but on another argument, you could say it is. But it changes the meaning what status means a little bit, because once you get into streaming it does, because the second you determine that you can handle the page, it's not a 404 anymore. It's not 500, even if like the page completely errors out on you. The second when you're streaming that you determine that, hey, this is a page I can handle. I got past that first check, maybe that first auth check, and you're like, I'm going to render it. It's a 200. It doesn't matter if you realize you have to redirect on it or that. I mean, there's tricks to it, but because you can't put you can't like update status and footers, there's no like other mechanism to do this. We are forced to treat status as something else. And once you get to that zone of thinking of status, I don't think they are the similar thing at all. Title is something that dynamically changes over time. is something that can change over the life of the request as you learn more about the title, for example. Same with the meta tags. So I do think they are different. Yeah, my personal experience don't need to handle meta tags anymore. Today, our deduping is handled in a separate library called Solid Meta that's completely independent of router, solid start. Oh, right. Yeah, I forgot this. Yeah. Please like, subscribe, comment, whatever. I don't usually advertise stuff that much, as I said, but it does help me a lot in terms of getting more viewers seeing my content. That's what I care about. So, click the button. It helps. Very much appreciated. Yeah, that's incredibly low considering the number of people who are watching live right now. Yeah, I mean, whatever mechanism you use for hoisting, like cache is just a hoisting mechanism. That's all fine, but if we go back to the Excalibur, there is a different question between whether we want to hoist the fetching and whether we wait before we send this first chunk back. Thank you. Go to YouTube just to like it. Thank you. Anyway. So I'm not saying that these are unreasonable. I already like conceptually see places, and maybe I'm wrong, where I would want the benefit to have this flexibility. Maybe like I'm nerd sniping everyone right now, or I've been nerd sniped myself, but I essentially, this is a bold statement. Out of the whole conversation, this is when I stopped arguing with them. Like I already had my perspective before, and I was like, this is very weird to me. Like this is not what I would have expected as someone building a meta framework. This is what I was talking about earlier about like sometimes guys building the libraries don't always build the meta frameworks or the third-party libraries, so they don't have the same appreciation for certain problems. That's not the case in React, right? They have core team people building Next.js. So like, but this Ryan Florence is not core team. He is definitively in that other side, the library side, and he was basically like, yeah, I just do my thing, and this is great, right? Which is a stark contrast to Tanner's response, which was Tanner wrote exactly what I would have been thinking. See, I'm not in the React ecosystem, so I don't have to worry about it. He goes, trust me, I would really love to be able to invert all this control to the user and get rid of my abstractions. Of course, they'll always have options regardless. I can't disable that. I still don't fundamentally agree with the decision not to do any deduping of title meta. While most browsers won't choke on multiple tags, the fact that React devs can easily able to produce HTML output that is automatically considered bad practice by just about every search engine, crawler, blah, blah, blah. I'll wager we'll quickly see an uptick of SEO teams auditing their React devs on this topic. It's easy to push this responsibility down to developers and say, you just need to be aware of title meta tags, which is what non-framework React devs have already been dealing with. And it's not a great experience. It's easy enough to render multiple titles without React. But with React now, especially handling these native tags, I expected more. Clearly, great care was put into the similar control over CSS style precedents, which in my opinion has a lot of overlap on this topic of deduping. Assuming the same level of care would be put into title meta, it's no stretch if React now look back on head during rendering, make changes based on deeply rendered elements tree, then I don't understand the pushback. Yeah, the funny thing about this though is, if you look at the docs, I don't know if anyone actually paid attention. Maybe this is another thing that do. They actually warn you not to update the props of things that have been pulled up. They don't update after the fact. They only update with the values that they were originally given at the time of the original render. They actually say that somewhere in here. So there might be still some more missing assumptions here. Like, let me see, maybe title is shorter, I can see it. But the title, you render the title, rows correspond to the element. Except children text will become the title of the document. You can pass your own components. Special behavior. Render always the title within the document's head, regardless of the tree. The head is only valid title will exist. It's convenient to keep composable. The vestige is ignored. Item property is ignored. Set the property title. Use variable the title. The variable must be a single string of text. So you can't use interpolation like this, okay? Or a single number, a single two string. It's not obvious, but JS curly braces not used, but using like this. This is not a single string. Okay, so that's an interesting exposure. To be fair, I was working on some metadata stuff this morning when I was playing around in Solid, and I hit the same problem, and I was like, oh crap, I have to actually add more code to make this work. I did, but I get why they would do this. Actually cause a title of two elements, blah, blah, blah. So cause an error instead, use a string interpolation. Okay, they don't say it here. There was maybe it's not on title. There's some of the ones they were talking about how they end up only being the value that they initially do. I don't see it. Okay, anyways, we won't worry about that too much. All right, so let's keep on going. From my view, this would be a great opportunity for React to lift the tide, not just for every framework, but all React devs, regardless if they use a framework at all. As far as I'm concerned, or as far as I know, yeah, there's no way to get in the middle of this API today without writing string transforms and immediately risking hydration mismatches on the client. I definitely don't want to go down that road, and I believe this leaves most frameworks that offered a title meta abstraction in the same exact boat they were in, abstraction over it. Regardless, if any framework keeps a title meta abstraction or not, React users will eventually be educated about these new built-in features and want to use them, resulting in a regression in expectations from most frameworks that manage them. Yes, because it works differently. Like I said, I really want to recommend developers to use this API because it's one less abstraction, but I also don't want to have to explain to them yet another rule they need to be aware of to use React. Take a drink after that one. Well, this is why I asked Ryan Florence if he'd be using this in Remix, and his answer was, I'm just not going to use a Remix solution. My gut is some of them might, but like what Tanner was just describing to me suggests that he thought about it the exact same way I think about it, which means that from Tanner's perspective, he won't even be using these primitives under the hood probably. That might change, but like, it's interesting, right? Yeah, I mean, I totally understand that it would be very nice if it could work. The thing I'm not hearing is how it would actually work. If it's possible to do it automatically, we would, but the constraints prevent it, right? Because the React team is not willing to provide deduping logic that is flawed. As we said, it's fundamentally flawed. Like, so this is where I was sitting and I was like, oh, what am I going to do? Right? Like this is quite the conversation. This was one of the more interesting ones in a while. It wasn't just people like shooting each other down for some, funny meme or something. Framework authors are the only one using React without a framework, essentially. Yeah. Yeah. So, yeah, let's see here. I figured I might as well share what I've been like a bit of my research. So actually, let's just go here, and I made a discussion. Here we go. All right, I made an RFC because I was like, how would I want this to work, right? So let's talk about the RFC for a minute, because I think with the backing now, we can kind of like discuss, like, I don't know, this is an interesting question. How should frameworks handle this stuff, right? I don't know, right? In this RFC, I'm looking for feedback on potential JSX tags. Proposal aims to useful core, but also third-party libraries. Like you want to make everyone happy, hopefully, to a certain degree, or give them the tools they need. I talk a bit about what I covered at the beginning of the stream. Like we have this one mechanism Solid to already do stuff in the head, but why I don't like it, which is all the reasons that we talked about already about, only doing it first flush, yeah, etc. One thing I guess I haven't talked about, because you might be like, okay, well, I'll do it at first flush and then like have it fixed during hydration. This is kind of a fun game you can play, right? Because you can say set the title to, you know, have it as like come back as Theo here, and then I hope he doesn't mind me using his name a bunch, and then have it be let's line this up. The server realizes it's Theo here. The server realizes it's Theo here. And the server realizes, like, we'll worry about the flushing in a minute. That is, it's this right here, right? Now, if you're streaming, this will just, you know, like I was talking about, this will just kind of automatically happen as you go, right? As it gets the chunks, the title will do, right? Now, if you stopped at first flush, you would only see Theo like this, and then presumably at sometime later, you'll hydrate and see, you know, in a simple world, you might say, okay, then you'll see this when it hydrates. It'll go from here, and then it'll hydrate, and you'll see this, right? Like, it doesn't really matter. If as it goes, it basically reruns the head tags, you'll settle pretty quickly as it hydrates. Now, there's a couple fun parts about this. First of all, when the first flush happens. Sometimes the first flush might not happen here, depending on other aspects. It might happen here, and you always see capital Theo to here. That's perfectly fine. The other fun part that can happen is when you get to the client, sometimes you don't have all the assets. Like, sure, you stopped at a suspense boundary on the server, and you're good there. But, you know, we do a lot of preloading to avoid this problem. But lazy components. It's possible to get to a point where you can hydrate part of the page, but you're waiting on JavaScript that hasn't loaded yet. Like on the server, those async imports happen, you know, relatively quick, but on the client, you have to do a whole back and forth. That it's conceptually possible in this model to essentially stream, flush late or whatever based on some kind of thing. Like I've seen this happen in Solid, where it's possible that like something happens where you end up like the chunks kind of come in quicker, and you end up seeing this on your page, and then because the code loads and starts hydrating and doing the rewrite, you actually then see it revert back to this and then play it back again in the client almost. Right? Like where, like, depending on the type of hydration, the code loading, it's possible that the server still flushes later and then ends up replaying this stuff. Now, that's the biggest danger of write on hydration, because like write on hydration is subject to all the asynchronicities of the browser, and then it's possible conceptually that the server could get ahead of it and then basically undo and redo. It's minor, but I just like conceptually knowing this is one of the reasons. Plus, it's more work. It'd be great if you could just trust the server. Is there something I'm not getting? Why the dev couldn't specify some form of metadata for which titles should take priority? Right, but you need a mechanism for this, right? If you provide no mechanism, how can the stream handle it properly? For most of the time, I only want the title to update when I switch page or paginations, and yeah. But it's not just a question of when it updates. It's about when it's available, right? Because what if the title actually includes data from the page? are you willing to block the whole page for that title? That's the question. It's not about, like, obviously it'd be great if the title was just there, but like it's not always practical that it can be, is kind of what I'm arguing. Like, do you want to block? And more importantly, do you want to have the decision whether you can block? Well, why do we care about UX? Is severely impacted by blocking. You're right. The title coming in flickering, who freaking cares? That's actually an argument for deduping, I think, actually. But if you're telling everyone that literally until all the data is needed to show the metadatas, we can't send you the page, that has UX implications in some cases. Right? Like, how should I put it? It's so hard to talk about this in a lot because of people's experience here, but like there was a time period where client-side apps ran circles around server-rendered apps. Like what? No, like especially in the JavaScript space. People used to make their SSR demos back in like 2016 circuit time, and I just make a client demo in Solid and smash them on Lighthouse, smash them in every possible way, and you'd be like, why is that possible? Why is this happening? The client needs to, go and fetch the data and doing this. The server, you have all the data. Well, it's because they block. They just basically wouldn't send back anything on the page. So what would happen is you delay sending back the fetching of the CSS, the fetching of the JavaScript, fetching of pretty much every asset on the page. And you end up with this scenario where like you have nothing and then you have everything and then you wait for the stuff to become live. Whereas in my client-side app, I'd send a blank page almost immediately and then start fetching all the stuff I need the client. So my JavaScript sometimes arrived, for rendering quicker than the data would anyway. So then I was like rendering in suspense boundaries for parts of the data. And if you know anything the way Solid works, which is a little different than React, we don't throw away what's under the suspense boundary when like the data resolves. We just fine grain patch it in. So I technically still to this day, some demos where it's just kind of like streaming in some data or whatever, outperform the HTML streaming when the network is fast. But the whole equation changes when you can stream, because now you're not blocking anymore. Now there's basically no penalty for putting the data on the server. You can make the choice actively. You go like, I should wait for this. I don't want to have a loading indicator, or I cannot wait for this. Stuff like these meta tags and titles, arguably, if they would cause the page to block, should be something you can make an active decision on. I mean, early hints are great too, but early hints and streaming are basically the same. Like this, it's like a very limited part of this thing, but you can do more. Like another advantage of streaming in these situations is the slow loading stuff, right? Like the stuff that takes longer to load. We have the ability with streaming to, even though we don't care about it, we could just fetch it on the client after the fact. We have the ability with streaming to start that request that much sooner. We start the request for the data here instead of, actually I have the diagram right here. We start that fetch for the data here when we go to the server. This is when we start that fetch for the data when you're streaming. And otherwise, we would be starting that request for the data here. Here versus here. Like, it's almost strictly better across the board on every like mechanical aspect. It's like has the benefits of client. It's very rare that you find a solution that does both things and actually does so with fairly minimal compromises. Usually there's like a trade-off. Streaming kind of sits in this, other than cacheability arguably, but I mean, we could discuss that if you really want to. it sits in this actually kind of sweet spot here. Most of the time you don't care, but you want the meta tags for bots, but bots don't support JavaScript always. So like you'll just wait. If the bot has to wait, you don't care. If the human has to wait, you do care, which means that like you should be able to author these things in the same way, right? You don't want to like have like the bot version and have different code in the thing. You should be able to just like write the stuff, and when you say, hey, it's a bot, just wait and flush at the end. You know, I don't care, and gets everything, you know, inserted in the head initially, versus the end user, you know, you should be able to just, this should be a very simple switch at the top level, not something that changes the way you architect or author your code, right? Ideally, that's a DX concern. But yeah, so my whole point is it causes a problem that affects UX if you're willing to block the page for it, which is what the recommendation of basically every library is. So, yeah, I mean, that's this. Sorry, where was I? Yeah, I was right. I was doing the Scala draw here, where I was showing the timing here. Like this UX bit is very minor. I just wanted to throw it out there. Why, you know, we could probably live with this aspect. We do today with Solid. It's less than ideal, but it's just, you know, a thing. Okay, so let me continue with this piece for a second here. Yeah, so while one could take a position that all metadata should be resolved before flushing, and it also means always blocking, which I don't think is a good place to be, this isn't always a reasonable request. You could have to wait on the longest thing to load on the piece of data before showing the user anything. You could argue that deduping is the problem, but showing some less descriptive title before the fully formed one is probably still beneficial. So I did research. I looked at a bunch of libraries here. So I'm going to just drop this in chat in case anyone wants to look at it. I know this is a fairly esoteric topic. I should have said this at the beginning. You know, this is like a framework author kind of topic. It's what we usually cover on this stream. You as the end developer are only slightly impacted from it, because the gist of what the React team says is this feature is not for you. You should probably just use what they have, because they're right. If deduping, you know, title is fundamentally flawed, then they don't want to hand in it. Although if you look at this chart, and honestly, if you expand this chart to like twice as many libraries, because I looked at more than I actually like did here, you will see that React 19 is literally the only head library in existence that has not deduped title, pretty much in all time. This is why it was surprising. Not, and I don't mean that in a bad way necessarily. Like, it's just, it is unique. I don't think anyone goes out to make a solution for head tags and doesn't dedupe the title. Like, so this is, you understanding that this was very intentional. Like, I'm sure the React team knows that. I'm sure like they will look, like probably did a brief look at the space and realize like literally everything ever has deduped the title. And they're probably like, yeah, but we don't want to. So it's intentional. What about Angular? I don't know Angular's solutions. I admit you got me there. Is it built in, Brandon? Yeah. Yeah, let's look. Quick metadata. Haven't looked. Use document head. Okay, so they have use document head. And then they inserted in. This reminds me of the old synchronous rendering. I wonder how this works with async. I guess they don't have streaming in the same sense. Like, they have in order, but they don't have out of order. Like, this is definitely first flush style API, I think, if I am understanding here. Oh no, this is for reading it, not writing it. Huh. No, manually set the heads and yeah, no, you can set it. But look at this title. I mean, this is the answer right here. Title is a string. It's not an array of things. It is a single string. This alone tells you they dedupe the title. No, they do not. They do. Oh, when the component dismounts? Yeah, they might remove the title. They might remove, yeah, they probably do. I bet you they do remove the title actually. Yeah, sorry. Yes, they will remove the title when it dismounts. Yeah. Yes. So if you put a title on each page individually and remember to put it on every page, none of your pages will be without titles and it should work. Right. Okay. Anyway. But yeah. Okay, so Angular neither dedupe. That is interesting. So like they don't treat titles as a string, they just treat it as a meta element. Because like basically if you treat it as a single string, that's implicit deduping because there's only one value for it, right? Anyways, I went through a bunch of frameworks and looked at it. There was some interesting patterns because there's a lot of these like do it everywhere styles. The title would be over in yes or yes. So yeah, the last one wins. Yeah. So yes, Angular is the same as everyone else. Yes. Okay. Yeah. That's when I say deduping. Deduping is the wrong term. It's overriding. So yes, React is very unique there. So that's it's a stance, which as I said, carries repercussions. But this is not about a negative or positive thing. It is an interesting thing. Okay. So. Yeah, first of all, some solutions are like you can just put tags everywhere. Other ones kind of group them. I want to point out something. Obviously, Next and Remix use like sections or route groups, like in your route definitions. Whereas like most of the other ones are individual. React Helmets API is an interesting one where I consider it grouped because you make a helmet tag, and I know Svelte is like this too to a degree. But they like the Svelte head or whatever. But the reason I put them under grouped is because they actually do a level of replacement with it. In that, if you have two metadata tags with the same name or key inside the same group, they don't dedupe. They'll let you put like 4 things with the same key. But if you use that same property name on your meta in a different helmet, it will replace both entries from the other one. So you can make duplicates at the same level, which is, as I said, very much the same in something like Next or Remix, where each level has the ability to basically completely merge or override the level above it. Helmet works like that too, whereas when you have single off one of elements style designs, each one's handled separately. It's not really easy to do that. Svelte doesn't. It just makes groups and mounts and unmounts them with your component. But it was interesting because the ones that grouped basically deduped meta on name, whether like intentionally or like Remix sort of, they just say the last route section wins. Like they basically deduped on names. Most other libraries, other than like Helmet that I looked at, did not. But again, Helmet's kind of grouped. I know there are libraries like the one that I built Solid Meta on that did dedupe and was not grouped. So any of those libraries, basically Open Graph made it so that they can't work that way because it just screws with Open Graph. So I think that generally speaking, deduping on meta properties can't be something that can be automatically handled unless you know for sure that you have a merger layer system like you have with a router, which means that this is not really a feature that you can do as a core feature in a library. So React decision makes a lot of sense. Svelte decision makes a lot of sense. Nux 2. We're going to get to Nux 3 and Unhead in a second because they are an interesting exception, right? Because as I said, anything that dedupes or overrides is the last one wins category, generally speaking. Okay, title, as I mentioned before, everyone basically dedupes on title. And then some of the frameworks that don't dedupe in that provide specific keys. This used to be the meta framework trick. Svelte doesn't really, but they have a way of doing it. Next, old version of Meta and new version of Meta let you provide some kind of key. Remix, I said group doesn't, and these ones the group doesn't. So there's like almost like two different approaches here I've found, where there's either grouping that can do more reasonable meta deduping because of the grouping, or the ones that aren't grouped that have some kind of mechanism for a key. The only exception is unhead, which basically just does everything. Which is, interesting, because it also makes it the most complicated, because a lot of you have more configuration object options than you would like stick on a JSX element. It's like, there's like, you can make merging strategies, and you can, unhead, let's just go there. Title template parameters, body attributes, scripts, and let's see, is it API? Is it usage? I can't remember where it is. There's mode. Like this is very what's the term when you basically have like every option imaginable under your head. This is very extensive, so to speak. So, I was definitely tempted here, because it's like, man, I just don't, like, if I don't want to solve a problem, this is one way of solving it. Pass people to a library that literally does everything. Comprehensive. Yes, comprehensive. That is the term. Right? Yeah. Unfortunately for me, my criteria. I care about streaming. Unhead does not currently support streaming. There's an open issue that they're starting to look at for like a 2.0 to look at streaming. And even if they support streaming, I don't know how they're going to support streaming, because they, a lot of times it's like, maybe first flush is fine. This is a very tricky place that integrates very deep with the framework. I'm very interested to see how they do the generic stuff. I've been very impressed with OnJS in general, in how they've been able to integrate so well with different solutions. It's very hard to find that general layer, and at the same time give such comprehensive feature set. I was curious for a second, so I dropped it in Bundlephobia, and of course unhead or useHead, or what is it? Just unhead. The core library was like 13 kilobytes min-gzipped, which makes it twice the size of SolidJS itself, and Solid Meta was 1.5 kilobytes. So I was like, huh, and that includes the server code. So I was like, I think if I was going to take this internally in Solid and do the streaming stuff, I could make something smaller than Solid Meta and like basically cost the user like 500 bytes ish. So like, there's also like, do I want to expose all of this and be on the hook for all of this? And since I need to kind of get the streaming stuff, bring it in core, does this make sense? And my thinking was not so much. Yeah. Like, yeah. Comprehensive. Yeah. TanStack is comprehensive as well. That's what I'm saying. It's an interesting tension. Sometimes me and Tanner hit this one working on Start. I don't know how many of you, TanStack Start's been getting a lot of attention, but it's built on the same bones or skeleton as Solid Start. And a lot of the features and a lot of the thinking and the philosophy are basically completely aligned. Like all the composableness. Like I built a framework, and with Nikhil, who built Vinci, we built something in such a way that we would not alienate Solid's very small ecosystem. And in Nikhil's case, he wanted to be able to support doing some React stuff as well. And we did so by figuring out where the boundaries were and making it such that they weren't going to interfere in a way, like be too prescriptive in terms of like what tools or libraries you used. And Tanner had the same problem, because every meta framework is married to its router. So like you're kind of stuck. You're suddenly in this position where it's like, Okay, I'm going to use Remix. Well, you're actually using React Router or Next App Directory. Like the framework is the router, right? This is old news. Everyone knows that. So, but when I was building Solid Start, I was like, no, I don't want the framework to be the router. And we tried it a bunch of different ways. And Nikhil was like, came back to me after being away for a couple months, and he's like, I got it. This is how we do it. He got inspiration actually from Jared from Bun, who'd been working on generic bundling tools for stuff like server functions. And we brought that to the Vite ecosystem. So like, it's funny because me and Tanner sit down and talk a lot about a lot of these kind of like levels of decisions, and it's less like people always like people making the same solution. It's more of like the way I'm very primitive focused, kind of core focused. I always think about like what I could offer from like a primitive thing that would empower people like Tanner while having basically no interest in building some of the stuff like Tanner builds myself. And what I hear from Tanner, what I get a lot of value from, is he's looking for building blocks that he can build this stuff in React. And most of the time, when we find those gaps, we're like, oh, actually Solid works with that. And he's like, oh, I wish I could use Solid. But sometimes we identify other gaps, and it helps me kind of figure out what the real core primitives are. But usually what it ends up with is Tanner building the unhead style library, and me going, what is the absolute minimum thing he would need to get what he wants from the core library to build a library like this? Because I sure in hell don't want to build this library. Anyway, this is a very comprehensive library. Yeah, I mean, you can see all the different stuff you can do here. Wasn't quite the right fit because of the minimalism and the streaming stuff, but yeah, I don't know. This is a very interesting topic because, as I kind of went over, I think the core needs to be aware of this stuff. But if the core can't do the deduping at any level, then there's no means to actually expose this to people like Tanner. It won't be basically any use for them if they actually want to accomplish what I've kind of set out here to do. So I came with my proposal, which I'll spend a couple minutes talking about, just, which was, it's funny, it's very much like Unhead. It has less stuff on it. It doesn't do any deduping, except it has the optional ability to pass a key, which could do deduping. Sorry, the only deduping it does is title. Sorry, I should be clear about that. It dedupes title, which I'll talk about in a second. But other than that, it would dedupe key. But then the fun part of it is, if we were to export JSX tags, yes, we dedupe title, but every other rule is the exact same as React. So none of the other deduping happens. So while the underlying primitive that the compiler transforms this into has the ability to do deduping and handle that deduping on the stream, be able to send diffs over the stream, append elements, remove elements, the actual defaults that people get have no opinion about how they dedupe except for title. I mean, we wouldn't even have to do title that way, but let's pretend except for title. And there'd be no way with the JSX to set the key. So if someone approached this from the perspective, like you took React docs and were like, there should be only one title on the page, and all the other rules from React docs and just did it, this would work perfectly fine for them. It wouldn't impose anything about rules of deduping or any of that stuff. It would just kind of stay out of their way, except for title, which I'll talk about in a second. And then for people building libraries, they could use this and have key-based diffing, which would work over the stream after the fact. They'd have the means to diff, merge, make those decisions, and have incremental streaming, right? So I think this is very powerful kind of concept anyway, because the average user isn't told that they should have more than one title on the page. The only reason that I'm considering deduping title is because you can still recommend not to put multiple titles on the page and still have the benefit. This is like the exception case. It's like, what do you do when someone doesn't follow the rules. You know what I mean? Like, if you say that there should only be one title, then that's fine. But if there are two titles, what should the behavior be? Right? You can either just say, not up to us. But since I already built the mechanism to dedupe anyway, to support future deduping efforts of people, like, why not? As I said, this is just a proposal, but this is kind of where I'm getting at, because it feels like the core, unfortunately, has to be aware, because as we already talked about, this isn't really easily built in user land. So you're kind of in this place where if you actually want this solution, the framework has to provide the means, but not the opinion. And I think that's what this accomplishes. That being said, I actually went and implemented most of this the last couple days when I was playing around, and I found some other fun titles, limits in Solid today. I don't think I'm going to get this out for 1.9, even though I spent all this effort to do it. This feature actually benefits greatly from Solid 2.0's reactivity, ironically. Some more details than probably people need to know or understand, but essentially, this kind of work should happen on the server as basically a render effect, is what we call it. User effects only run on the client, right? They're your use effect type stuff. It should be part of the rendering. And I guess we'll talk about it a bit today, because Solid groups the tracking and the effect together in our effects in Solid 1.0. Render effects happen as you render, and user effects happen after you render. And both those timings are actually really awkward for solving the metadata problem when you consider async data and suspense, because if it's as it's rendering, then it's too early, right? You don't want to update the title until suspense is finished resolving. And if it's after rendering, like in the side effect, it's too late. You don't know you actually depend on the async stuff. And for, as I said, most end user code, you never hit this, right? Because you're rendering and it blocks and it handles it. But the head tags actually render to a different place that's not controlled by the main render tree. So this is like Solid specific details, which is disappointingly, I learned enough that I know I think this proposal still, we'll have some more time to debate and talk about it. And I think this is exactly how these types of solutions should work in the future. I just lack the tools to easily implement this today, even though I got a basic working version going the last couple days. But yeah, I don't know if anyone has their thoughts on this, but I think this is how you approach it. There's some good comments, actually. Ricky jumped in here, actually. Wow, this is a great write-up and research into different things. I'm actually so appreciative that someone from the React core team actually bothered to write on a Solid RFC. Part of it was because, I do talk about React a bunch in here. Just to explain React's approach here, and because I was like, this is really interesting, I don't quite understand it. We try to avoid forcing a common abstraction on users that has unresolved pitfalls like the ones you mentioned. That's why React supports deduping for links, script, and style tags in cases where there's no pitfalls, like the href is the same or the source the same, but not for title. Instead, we encourage libraries and frameworks to choose their own trade-offs, and users can choose different libraries with different trade-offs. That's why the two React frameworks listed have support for deduping, but in different blah, blah, blah. That's a choice we make to live with, but for some other libraries, you may have different design principles that work better for your users. I don't think one way is better, just different set of trade-offs. Yeah, no, definitely. And in a way that I think might make more sense to the React core team and React team, to me, this is like fetch. Overriding fetch, because it's like you mechanically see an advantage of doing that to accomplish a certain goal, right? Because you know that it's so vital for the functionality of the framework to kind of step yourself into it, right? You need to open up the mechanism. It doesn't really, for the most part, you're not really changing anything or trying to push the opinion on people, but you need it mechanically. And I feel like what I'm getting at here is as I said, the coolest thing a moment ago is if I implemented this proposal, the React docs would just apply to Solid basically 99%, and it would just literally work the same way. except for title. But someone could say that's the way I should develop and it would work completely. But it opens up the door for people to be able to use this as part of libraries to get functionality that could only be exposed from the core. That's what I'm saying. I think because of our differences on viewing on streaming is why there's a difference here. Because I think streaming goes beyond the first flush. There's no choice but to provide a mechanism to handle this. Whereas if you don't, you have to assume that streaming ends at or that this ends at first flush. So it's interesting that I actually think React and ourselves are very, very aligned here. It's just the ambition of the solution or the problem being solved is like I'm being slightly more ambitious, which caused me to pull in the next thing, so to speak. Whereas React's like, that's outside of our range. It's not because we don't want to encourage libraries. It's actually the opposite. We recognize that they wouldn't be able to get to where we want to go if we didn't give them the tools. So yeah, definitely interesting. Last one wins. It's the same thing, but the reason that I might be more lenient on this kind of thing is if the answer is do what React does, this works. If the answer is do what Remix or Next does, it still works because hierarchically you do get the last one wins situation. The problem is you can't guarantee the last one wins as well when you can just put stuff everywhere, but the router is not core. So the only option you have here is basically with the JSX tags, not last one wins. And then if someone wants to make a tag that's JSX tag like and make last one win, they can using this, or they can this could be used to make something like Remix or Next does. And again, you don't have to worry about that. Yeah, I mean, yeah, last during the stream, like I think the thing that people start picturing all these edge cases, but no one ends up authoring it like that. If you put, think about it. This can happen today. If you put these head tags in a bunch of siblings under lazy components that all order async and come in at different times, React Helmet would go freaking nuts. It wouldn't know who won, who was last, whatever. It'd be a mess. No one actually authors their stuff like that, though, right? I was thinking about it with title. It's like, you picture both extremes. You have two titles on the page because you messed it up in React 19, and you're like, why isn't the title updating? So you're suddenly looking around your whole page, trying to find your whole project, trying to find where that second title is. It's very similar to why is that title updating to what I don't expect it? And you end up both just by not deduping, you haven't actually solved the problem. The work you have to do to actually look around is actually the same work, so to speak. It'd be different if one of the solutions actually solved the problem, but the cold reality is there's a single title. So whether we pretend to or not, we give the user the ability to set multiple titles. Deduping's happening. It's in your controllers or it's in the browser's control, but it's happening. So essentially, it doesn't actually matter. As fundamentally bad as it is, I don't think it actually matters. What if a page had an ID and the title should have that ID? I mean, put the ID in the title. I'm not quite sure I'm understanding the question. The thing is, there's a limit to what these solutions can handle properly, and there's a limit to what the browser can handle properly. So unfortunately, there's I could say ideally from an end user perspective, that the route level stuff that Remix and Next is doing seems to be about the ideal solution. But Remix and Next don't have the tools to do the streaming the way that that we're handling it. So this would give them the tools to handle the streaming. I'm hoping this makes sense, right? Like it's essentially being as unopinionated as React, except for title, which I said has no really defined behavior if you have more than 2 title tags on the page. So it's kind of like out of it. But then on the other hand, giving libraries a way to actually interact with the streaming. It basically handles both scenarios. Anyway. The main reason that people use head libraries with title deduping is so that they can set default titles or set titles default's the main one, or set titles before data is loaded. But a lot of times what people do, and maybe this is a bad practice, we could argue, is they set a title higher up that like if they don't put a title on the page, there's just a title there. I think they probably like the approach. I like the approach. I like the approach of Remix too. It's funny hearing Ryan Florence just like denounce it, but like it's tricky. Like let's look at Twitter's API. Let's just look, okay? Let's look at a where's my page? Why am I not home profile? This one? Okay. Here I am. Now, what does it change when I go to, yeah, okay, see? Now I have a new title, post replied by Ryan, highlights, yeah, so it changes. What I'm getting at is, it's fine because each one of these tabs has their own title, right? But if you were to write this component or this page in a router, you basically have a page and then you have like 6 nested routes in it. You have to make sure you get the title and make the right information at the right level of the router, and that all 6 of these have their thing, which you should, honestly. So like from that argument, you could say like the title should actually belong in each one of these tabs. You should not have a title up here, right? When I load Twitter, you know how it shows X first before it shows the post. I'm gathering this is the client's single page app, so it does that. But what I'm trying to get at is, what if you want to show Ryan before the tab or include this information? What I'm getting at is the title information sometimes isn't known until sometimes it's obvious from the path. But does this have my name in it? Post liked by Ryan Carniato. Yes. Sometimes you don't have all the information at the time you go to render the initial page. Yeah, mostly. And that's how React is handling it too. It's a low level. They don't expect end users to really use it. I mean, maybe they do, but like, as I said, it's interesting that pretty much every head management library has always dedupe title because the browser forces you. Anyway. Yeah, but what I'm getting at is it doesn't really matter if it's outside. Like, you could take the metadata coming from something like Remix and Next and feed it into this and then get full access. The fact that it's JSX is only one possible interface. This is the sketchy part. I'm less concerned about having an underlying head thing. Deciding the behavior of JSX, like we talk about making assumptions, when talking about what people want to do. Making assumptions about the behavior of JSX is much more impactful on the surface area consideration than exposing a hook that has special behavior. Like this has probably more impact over time for support than this does. All right. So yeah, I mean, it should be clear that this is definitely not something that has an easy solution, and why maybe library framework authors haven't seen completely eye to eye on it. I think that something like this is the solution, but as I said, I'm missing some of the primitives to implement it today, unfortunately. This is one of those examples where my head's already in 2.0, and then I go to implement it, and I'm like, oh crap, I took that for something. It's really difficult to always have your ideas and mindset being in the future and then not being there. But I think this gives us more time as to talk about this. Yeah, let's move on. I think I'm pretty good with this topic. Let's go into the next topic. Let's maybe look at some of the Elixir or Jose stuff, LiveView stuff. Let's gonna go back a bit. What's this whole thing? Yeah, I don't want to jump fully into this week in JavaScript yet. But we covered, last stream, we covered this whole thing where Jose basically was going through the ChatGPT app and found a whole bunch of bugs in it, right? Right? And I mean, from my perspective, that's what they are. He released another video where he showed how you implement this in LiveView. And I have to admit, when I was watching it, I did turn my nose up a little bit. I didn't fully understand it. And I'm not going to play the whole video. Let me see if I can jump ahead to something that shows what I'm talking about. But yeah, it's blurred here. Sorry, let me see if I can I? It's right here. It's exactly right here on the screen. Oh, it's the video's loading. Yeah, I will do it in a V2 branch. Our problem is not having split effects. It should just work naturally in that world. Yeah, of course now the video's not loading. This is like... Like I can see it on my screen, but it's blurry. It's so frustrating. Come on. Okay. So right now what he's doing here is he's showing that, yeah, okay. So what now he's showing how like he can do optimistic updates by basically exposing this JS library. So that basically, I guess this is Phoenix click, JS push delete, JS hide to this. So he's describing a bunch of like more or less, I guess there's styles and DOM updates based on this. Because for the most part, Phoenix is gonna, or sorry, LiveView is gonna render on the server and send HTML partial diffs over to the client. But for this thing where with the optimistic update, you want the update to happen in the client immediately and not wait to go to the server. That's the whole reason it's optimistic. There's a JS API that basically like describes, you know, pushing the event to delete, I'm gathering, and then hiding, you know, some kind of selector. Yeah, JS commands. And yeah, when I saw this, I had like a very violent reaction to it. You know, my reactions are never violent, but I was just like, man, jQuery is back, right? You know, like I know it's better than that, but like when I saw this, it's not quite the same as like what I was talking about, putting your like ERB templates and knockout on top of each other. It's more of like what happened before that stage, right? And I actually had a good talk with Jose about this, because he called this declarative, and I'm like, this isn't declarative, this is imperative, instruction, you know, like it's you're describing like push this event, hide this selector, blah blah blah. I'm like, almost all front end perspectives, they'll want UI to be a function of state, which means that there's a decoupling. That's the declarative decoupling, right? Where essentially you say, and I understand in a sense that I'm calling out selectors here when really that state could be represented in CSS and like look declarative and not look like imperative steps. There is a way to do this with LiveView for simple cases that doesn't do it. But conceptually, the biggest actual difference here has been actually that that you can decouple it. Like if you say this is optimistic, something over here can, you know, be affected. Like you can optimistically add something to the cart over here. Now you can do that with selectors, but the difference is in like front-end declarative libraries, it's a matter of pushing state, and then that state branches out and impacts every piece that is impacted. It's not like, you know, go hide that thing over there and that thing over there. But the instruction sequence is a built-in single expression. Yeah, but and that's part of the problem. Like, what if you have this on different locations that perform the same, like this, like, it's like putting all the, sometimes you put the logic in the event handler. Other times you don't put the logic into the event handler. You push it into the state, and then the state will push out and make sure that the rest of the app stays in sync. That's why most modern front-end frameworks are based on state, right? It's you get guarantees. As long as the state is always reflected in the UI, you trust the framework. And it means you can update the state from multiple locations. It means that the combinatorics of this is not something you have to worry about. You don't have to worry about if something else is doing this and something else is doing this. The state will resolve itself. So like, it got me thinking a bit about how hard it is to cross the wire, right? Because, yeah, it's difficult to be declarative in a UI equals a function state sense in these LiveView events, because I believe it would require going to the server to feed the state back in, which impacts the immediacy. So it's harder to scale with this approach. Yeah, so like what I was trying to get at is that like in LiveView, you do have state. State lives on the server. Client doesn't have access to that state. So it's like, it's awkward, right? When LiveView is acting in the client from a client first perspective, it doesn't have its same declarative nature, in the same way that when a server framework is acting, or a client framework is acting on the server, it doesn't have its own state, right? We don't serialize the whole state of the app every time we do a request. We just, you know, send what the server should do, and then be like, server, you know, tell us what's up. And usually it leads to like revalidation over fetching. We want to make sure, like, okay, server could have been impacted from different users, different things. Let's just make sure we have the most up-to-date data for this whole category of things, because, you know, both sides basically lose their declarativeness when they cross the wire. I don't think any approach has perfectly shared the declarativeness on both sides. Only put them next to each other. Like RSCs, for example, can work well when each side stays in their own lane. But how often is that actual case, right? What I mean by that is, like, if you fetch data in your server components, your actions or mutations should also re-render the page. Like, they should trigger the server components. It's very difficult to start data from a server component, feed it in, get it into like a TAN-stack query, and then have the mutations work on that data, because like there could be data, that data could be being used in server portions that won't update with TanStack, right? And at that point, every one of those points will eventually want to be client components. And then similarly, if you're fetching inside you keep everything TanStack inside your client components, right? Then server doesn't have access to it. Like basically you have two very separate worlds sitting next to each other instead of being able to really seamlessly have the same model. And I think it makes sense. I think it's very difficult about source of truth. Is it the server? Is it the client? You don't get to say it's both usually. Usually you have to pick one if it's in your realm of like decision making. And RSCs is like, one side will say the server is, one side will say the client is. Don't fight, right? Which is one of the, I think part of the reason why it's kind of hard for people thinking of how they come from a client side perspective and get here. But I don't know, there might be solutions like abstracting the whole communication out from both sides. But just today it is interesting to see like how hard it is to go to the other option. Because what was really cool about his demo is when the updates came in, they were granular. Like he didn't have to fetch all the data. He knew that they could just send that specific thing that changed. So like this is a DX problem more than it is a UX problem. It's also like, and in the sense it's like, I don't believe the solution would scale as well as a client-side framework, but that's literally what a client-side framework's bread and butter is. And on the positive, he gets to send these slices. The serialization format of the actual communicated updates when stuff actually settles is going to be way better than anything we can do client-side. I mean, there's a real cost here. You need a persistent backend, which is not like a freebie. The whole computer, like the whole web has moved away from persistence, or at least separated stuff. Like even before serverless, we were already doing microservices where we, auto scale up a bunch of servers, scale them down. That's not something as easy to do when you have persistent state, persistent connections. There is a real thing why this isn't practical for everyone. But I have to admit, when you have that ability, this is a great simplification for incredibly like a lot of cases. So it makes it less often than the server and client have to fight over DOM state if the server sends small diffs. Yeah. The problem is, depending on the server to do that work every time seems like a lot. Like, I understand the WebSockets, but like, you're going to have a hard, like, while I agree that like, the communication format is incredibly powerful and stuff, which makes sense, especially when you're doing large changes, like something that renders in the client is going to be snappier in the client. I don't like it just is like, there's no avoiding that, right? But like like I really liked this because like I could see the solution forming on this side, and I was like this goes beyond what I've seen most server side. Like he's acknowledging that there's a gap here and coming up with something in a very difficult space on the other side. So this is a decent, like pretty decent step forward from this side. For the longest time, client-side frameworks could be just like, this extends that functionality considerably. So I thought this was really cool. Because these topics actually all kind of run into each other, which I kind of like. Is he wasn't done though. He wrote a whole article about remixes concurrent submissions and saying they're fundamentally flawed. And it's an interesting read for those who haven't. I'm actually going to share this. This is probably even more interesting than some of the videos. I knew this was coming out, and it has a lot of interesting talks about like timelines. He's saying that, yes, in the case when everything runs in the order you submit it from the client, things are good. But it gets more interesting when things process. I mean, even this is still fine, but when things start processing here where like there's different spacings and different gaps. The truth of the matter is, like, in here, you can end up with the wrong states, potentially. The truth of the matter is, I think a lot of frameworks client-side actually work more like this. Like, I'm not saying they don't do the revalidate call and only do it in the last one, but they have like a race condition thing, like transitions built in. That means that even though they do the revalidation calls in the middle, depending on what state you're in, you determine whether they show the intermediate state or not. So from that perspective, it's more like this than this, but this is still problematic. It's still possible that the check marks happen in a weird order. Right. And he goes on to talk about single flight mutations, right? Because they shorten the gap, which means that it's way more likely that these things can happen out of order because they're closer together. Which, again, is true. But, again, because of the client-side syncing of the transaction, it's more of like a this case than it is like a this case. And he basically said that the solution to the problem is either do everything serially, which is like what Next.js I think was doing originally, and everyone made fun of them because like they're doing the Trellix demo, and Ryan tried to move multiple cards, and like it basically had to wait to do them serially. Or he's talking about having stateful servers, right? He's saying that like with what was he saying here? He's talking casual. I think there's a number 2. Phoenix LiveView is to keep open connection to client server with WebSockets. This way, the events are received and processed in order, which guarantees the database reads all updated, delivered in order, but they can also easily process concurrently when using Elixir if deemed safe to. One potential caveat is requirements WebSockets. Can you do long polling? Issue with long polling is back to separate HTTP requests. You need sticky sessions, casual order. Therefore, well, guess what? Something built into the Erlang VM process lets him keep sticky sessions automatically, and he has a solution. That's awesome. For everyone else, it's cool. Dev actually suggested something, which is, it's funny because I read it and didn't really get what he said, and then I was like, how do I solve this problem? And then I started solving it, and I'm like, wait, this is what Dev said earlier. He's basically describing replicache, which is the idea of basically using the database as a mechanism of keeping concurrency in the client. This does feel like the only solution if this is something you care about, and I've seen systems like look at that. But I think while this is a great academic paper, as usual we have to like step back and stick it into context, right? And I actually am not sure anything in this article actually matters. I mean, it matters. It matters, but let me go here. Like, even before considering optimized UI, the second you keep state in the client, there is more than one, and there's more than one user. There's potential for tearing. It's fundamental. Okay, so we always have this problem from a client perspective. Right. If you don't have like, he's saying that the premise here is that optimistic updates, like if you're the single sole actor, you should always see stuff consistent with your own UI. And I think from a user experience perspective, this is important. But what's interesting is we can have weird stuff happen. Like even if you forget about the weird timings of the save of the the one user doing 3 really quick things and having it getting all the sync, they could be doing everything perfectly and still have stuff jump in because the server happens to, someone like added or deleted something they're working on the server in the middle of them doing this operation. It can completely happen even when everything's done perfectly in order without weird processing issues, simply because it's the nature of things. Like, and because client frameworks can't make assumptions about what database you use, even statefulness assumes too much. You can't assume that they have a persistent connection or they can have sticky sessions. They're probably never going to actually solve this. It's funny. Actually, I wrote this dev one. He's like, with unstorage and KV, we could just build this straight into solid start actions and it would just work this way and work perfectly. And I'm like, then you're telling everyone that they need a KV store. I mean, to be fair, I think maybe that ship sailed. Next.js is already kind of forcing everyone along those lines. But like, okay, maybe build something. Like, yeah, I mean, I don't know. Like, it's not that it doesn't matter. It does matter. It's just like, let me explain what I'm getting there. What I mean by it. It's like, but my experience has been that while this sort of edge case is more common than I'd like to see, the vast majority of the time it is caused by bugs in correct code rather than weird timing issues. They happen, but they've always happened, and yet we still have client apps. The reason is, it's not that the article doesn't matter, that this whole thing was like one of the best bait and switches I'd ever seen, because the bugs on ChatGPT have nothing to do with this. I'm almost willing to get, he reproduced them too consistently. Like every time he clicked on it or did the thing, it broke. And like, I did go over this, I think, a bit on last stream. Like, we talked about, like, is it, like, are the bugs the framework's fault? Maybe we should take responsibility on it. But it's not this distributed stuff that's actually causing the bugs. Like, it wouldn't happen so consistently. It would happen those odd times. It's because my guess here is most end users would not be able to tell the difference between this sort of tearing caused from multiple users messing with stuff at the same time and the kind of tearing that's caused from these optimistic updates getting in the race conditions. Now, don't get me wrong. When the optimistic updates have code and bugs and can be produced consistently, then yes, you definitely notice and you go, this is weird, this is broken. But if it comes down to the situation where it's being caused because of these weird race conditions, I imagine that the average end user would not be able to tell the difference between the rare time that happens and the rare time that it's caused from just general tearing, which means that, like, I don't think most people will even like this even registers in like most people's books as a thing. You have to up, like, with optimistic updates, it's way more likely that something like this could happen, right? You're actually encouraging patterns in which people are interacting with the UI in a more fluid way, where they're sending more requests and doing stuff, more rapidly, not waiting to press the save button. But it has to be quick enough to happen, and it has to happen in a way that, like, the back end also ends up handling stuff in like these out of order kind of situations. Right. Shopping cart buy button or off point. I'm saying this happens all the time, even without considering this. A better example than a shopping cart. Shopping cart's only to you. Auction site like eBay, right? And pricing and bidding, right? Right? Like there's always some amount of this kind of bug to turn the distributed nature. Like, I mean, if someone wants to put the safeguards in place, I think it is and if I'm dealing in commerce, I think it's a thing that I would really strongly consider. Yeah, if you don't have a server with a permanent connection telling every client what the state is and being able to be that single source of truth, this will happen in every framework to a certain degree. His article isn't in any way like, I don't think it's incorrect. I mean, Ryan's making it sound like there's some like technical detail he's missing. I'm interested to see this. I mean, we can always reduce the impact of these things, right? That's what we tend to do. But like, what I'm trying to get at is, you watch that ChatGPT video and you watch all the stuff that's going on. And I even said it before he wrote this article. It had nothing to do with these timing bugs. It has everything to do with that it's maybe too difficult to write optimistic state. I mean, let's use solid start as an example. Solid start. Let's go to, is their article, or no, get started. I'm gonna go to the GitHub. And I'm going to look at one of our examples. I'm going to look at the to-do MVC example. I'm just going to pull it up for a minute. We did this last stream. But sometimes optimistic updates are difficult to write because figuring out the remaining count is both understanding the current count of the to-dos. This is an easy one. Adding the existing list of to-dos, filtering out the ones that are completed, and the ones that are pending to be removed. Like any of these calculations that you end up doing, if you just get some of these states wrong or you miss some of them, like even a to-do app shows like an incredible amount of like calculations to figure out just like what the right count is or making sure thing. I actually released this demo and ended up fixing it multiple times before I was like actually was like, oh crap, I missed this or I missed this. Like it's really easy to put some of the impact of optimistic updates in and miss some of the others. I was saying earlier that having the state feedback in is a blessing, and it is, because you get to write the logic in such a way that you understand that like these same updates, like toggling all, tie into multiple, it's not on that one, but like tie into multiple different calculations to update different parts of the UI. I think this is much better than basically like, imperatively going, you hide this, you do this, you do this, you do this. But you can still screw up this logic. The thing is, once you write the logic, it's quite beautiful. You can understand how all the derived state connects to each other, understands the impact of the updates, and it actually reads, but it's easy to not see this. Yeah, at least removing stuff from lists. If you're paginating, you can remove multiple items in parallel. Yeah. I mean, deletion sometimes, from an optimistic standpoint, is the one that might be the least likely to get you in trouble because, I guess, with Jose's example, you can still have the server return the results with the stuff already like not deleted yet and have cleared the deleted state. Yeah, so like, but yeah, what I'm getting at is the bugs in ChatGPT are of this nature, like missing a condition. I'm almost like 100% positive because like if you look at the, sorry, I was on a private, but if you look at, sorry, where were we? If you look at like the way, just watch the original video, like these are things that happen like every time. Either they weren't optimistic or they were partially optimistic or whatever. They were bugs. Yes. You're saying that these are fully integrated, so adding KV. Yeah, that's what I meant by the client frameworks thing. The client frameworks just don't have the option to make those kind of assumptions for you. They can't say that this is your solution. I mean, Next is starting to, but then, now we only come out of the box for Vercel, the first few weeks until others catch up. I mean, there's two solutions to that problem. work with all your partners to make sure they can support all your features at release time. But I mean, maybe that's counterintuitive for a business that uses Next as a funnel. Or just be like, we are the Vercel framework and own it, you know? Like, I don't know. Like it's natural that you are going to, if you want to have capabilities like this, use infrastructure pieces you can take for granted, like you can in Phoenix or LiveView or Rails or whatever. So yeah, I mean, we'll see what Ryan Florence and Jose have to say about this. I think it's real. I mean, I've implemented systems before where, you know, I've had to like check order, and it's a difficult problem. I'm just saying it's also kind of completely out of the scope of client frameworks. Like, in a sense, having a client framework doesn't stop you from, you know, having a backend with sessions. His gripe should be more with, in a sense, serverless than it is, say, with Remix. Like, the problem is with the way we approach infrastructure less than the specific client-side tool, because it's really outside of their responsibility. Anyway, I thought it was interesting conversation regardless. And it really ties into this. I wanted to show off this demo because we remade the Trellix demo ourselves in Solid Start. Unfortunately, or fortunately, depending on how you look at it, I guess, let me just put my secret credentials in. Not that it really matters. We did not get the Ryan Florence review. I think we were several months too late. And if you want to understand why we were several months too late, it's a combination of things. Right at the time when the demo was originally being made, we had Solid Start, and a bunch of people around our community were like, let's build this thing. We were positive we could do better than the Remix demo. Of course, like that's what we do around here, right? We make really cool demos. And a couple different kind of groups started. There's the DX team, people like Attila and Daniel working together, and then they started doing a thing, but completely separately. Benton was like, I'm going to build this in Solid, and I was like, reached out and I was like, yeah, that's really cool. And they had some like challenges at first, but actually came up with a solution that I helped debug a little bit, but was basically what I would have come up with compared to what the others are doing, which was much more like React. Because when I see a demo like this, I immediately think, what is special about Solid Solution that could make this, you know, really powerful? And we talked about this demo actually indirectly on stream for several of the last months, because I realized through this demo, looking at Benton's code, how much work it was to make it even more optimal in Solid today. What ended up happening was what ended up happening was that we managed to get both of the groups together, right? So Benton joined up with Attila and Daniel and Brenly, and they started their effort. And at a certain point, I don't know if inspired by the stream, Dev also joined in and actually re-implemented Solid 2.0 features back into this demo to make it as optimal as I would hope it would be. And by the time like this all happened, it was just months later, because when I looked at the original demo, I'm like, we could publish this, but like if anyone looked at the code, you know, they might like turn their nose up at it a little bit or something. I don't know. I care about what the authoring experience is and what it feels like to look at the code, and it wasn't up to, you know, where I wanted it to be. So we kind of delayed it. So at this point, I don't even know if Ryan Florence is ever going to look at it. It's perfectly fine if he doesn't. We've talked about this demo enough, and honestly, he might have to change his scale. I don't know if he'd have to add an S tier maybe, but like this demo goes well beyond what is even possible in React. So it seems like a good topic to talk about for a few minutes here. Because while the authoring isn't quite what it's going to be in 2.0, this kind of example is going to basically be super trivial to do with the future reactive system we're working on, which makes me really, really, really happy. The first piece, obviously, which is related to the last topic we were talking about, were those single flight mutations. You know what I mean? Like, if we go in the network tab, if I go into a board, this board has a lot more cards on it than it used to. If I drag this over, you're going to only see one request. And you're like, okay, well, I mean, it's not too crazy to think that you could, you know, do a mutation and send back the response, you know, the update in one go. The part that's crazy about this, or crazier about this, let me see if I can pull up the GitHub, is what the authoring is like to do this. We've talked about data fetching with solid start previously before, but sorry, what am I doing? I'm not going to solid start. I'm going into, let's just globally search for Strello. I guess I have the code locally too, don't I? Yeah, why am I going to GitHub? I have the code locally. It's that, yeah, let's full screen this one. It's that, like, let's go to the routes. Go to the board, okay. Lovely. I love when, like, TypeScript gets behind. It's probably, you know what it is? It's probably because I haven't installed it. This is my problem I'm still on the new computer, right? Let's get this going. Yeah, I haven't installed anything. But what I'm getting at is, what's cool about this approach is that it uses the familiar tan stack or remix style thing where, okay, we're defining an action here, but let's forget about the action for a second. Fetch board, right? This is our server function. If I go over to, I think it's the lib here, index, and find myself fetch board, you're going to see a server function set up with a cache, right? So this is going to have like a cache key, get board data, sure, whatever. And then somewhere else, we're going to perform an action on that board. I guess I should see where the actions are coming from. No, this looks like auth stuff. Let's see where the actions come from the board. They're create story, use submission. Yeah, create note. Where is this coming from? Note. Okay, I guess put the actions in here. Doesn't matter. What I'm getting at is you'll see something like this, like an action, and then that action will know that it imports fetch board and says revalidate the board, basically, like the thing with that key. So you could also put a string in here or whatever, but essentially you can get from the cache function, you can just grab the key or the key for a specific set of arguments for a specific ID or something, and you can just tell it to revalidate that. So when you're writing your server function APIs, you know, essentially you can basically just like connect the keys, so to speak, and make all your logic. Like every time I, you know, whatever this is, create a note, I know that we have to do revalidation on the board. And you can wire this together, you know, and essentially when you get to the board itself, you just get, you know, this ability to fetch the board, you know, preload it if you want, but fetch the board here in our create async, and then in the board component here, take our actions and actually use them. Both grabbing the submissions for the optimistic updates, and I don't know where trying to see where, because I actually haven't, like in the column, it's probably in here. Rename column. Is it actually in the node itself? Yeah, it's down here. You can actually, let's up, what's going, restart, type, so the red squigglies did start bugging me after a while, okay. What I'm getting at is, how are they doing the actions here? I haven't even looked. Let's look at them. Are we using the actions directly in forms, or we're calling them update action? Okay, so we're just calling in our note. We're actually essentially importing our same action functions, doing them on specific actions, and then in the board, like the top level thing that renders the board above it, we're actually taking the same reference to the actions and feeding them back in through optimistic updates, what these submissions are. So you can already see this kind of using the import reference as basically almost like a key. We're essentially isolating, isolating the actions from the optimistic updates. They're in different components. And you can see, you can just set all the logic to kind of wire itself together and then feed these optimistic updates back in. And okay, like what I'm trying to get at here is this is a very typical, like, you can see it in these actions. It's a very typical, like, do the mutation, revalidate the key kind of tan stack thing. So this is set up without telling it to return specific data, without telling it to like go, when you do a delete or when you do an add, send back just the thing you add, and no client side logic about how to insert it into a cache going, okay, you added on the server, now add this, or this one's been deleted, now you delete it. None of that logic is written. You just do revalidate like you do with tan stack, or remix. But it's happening in a single flight, because what we're doing here is when the server action completes, because of our serialization, which I covered last time, we have this ability, right, to send back the board data. And it's because when we revalidate, we immediately start sending back the response, but we basically grab the promises of the data and we stream it. We actually essentially start rendering the next page. We go, oh, we're reloading the data on this page, or reloading and the key. We just run all the preload functions on the server instead of running them on the client for the route, and then essentially collect all the promises that match the key that's getting updated, and then send those promises along, and we don't have to wait for that data to come. Again, not blocking, to basically get the client the knowledge that, hey, stuff's happening. And that way we start fetching when we're on the server at that point, and we don't have to wait for the client to come back and do the jump. I've explained this on stream multiple times before. I just wanted to show it in yet another example. So, this is all cool. If I turn this down to, where is it? Can we throttle? Why am I not seeing it here? No throttling. If we make this slow 3G, what we should be able to see is that if I can move these fast enough, there's going to be multiple in flight at the same time. Now, don't let this fool you. They'll come in different orders and they look like they come in sequential. When the actual client will apply the server results, will be, if there's multiple in flight, it will actually wait for them to consolidate because they wrap in a transaction. It's not the time that they show in the network tab necessarily. But it doesn't matter because the optimistic updates are already ahead of it. So when these actually reconcile in the client doesn't really matter for the end user, because these things have already moved, from their perspective. Oh, hey Daniel, thanks for stopping by. Yeah, no, good luck with the talk. So Okay, optimistic updates, pretty cool. And I as I said, I've covered this bit in that video that I did. But what I wanted to like take a little bit more time looking at here is how this actually mechanically handles the mutation. Because as I said, the LiveView example that was really cool because it actually sent only the diff data. And if you look at, this is not what we're doing. We're actually sending the whole freaking board on each of these updates, right? It's like Remix, right? We don't have to send all the data for the page, but we, you know, if the board is one data set, one key, like TanStack, every time we, you know, are ready to, you know, say, hey, revalidate, we're going to grab the whole freaking board. So yeah, there's more bandwidth here. This is not as optimal, even though this halves the latency. This hasn't got us to LiveView per se, you know, in terms of optimal communication patterns, right? Like, this is just Remix or TanStack done in one request instead of two requests. So yeah, there is bandwidth consideration, but the client side part of this, I mean, here's the thing. If you're using those tools anyways, you're doing these kind of things, like we got here for a reason. The fact that we are fairly okay with revalidating based on key comes from a lot of reasons, right? It comes because like server changes, right? And we want to make sure that we don't have tearing. We have to trust that, you know, at a certain point, we should update even though we own the state in the client, we should update our data. We can't just get too far apart. You know, if we only pass back the incremental changes when the client's the truth, well, we could get in a very different state than the actual reality of the database, because we know that we added one card. The server knows that someone else deleted two other cards, but that was never communicated to us. And then maybe, you know, we delete that card that they deleted. Like, it's not hard to picture a scenario where if the client never synchronizes, and that requires fetching data that we don't know has changed, that we get out of state, which is largely why most client frameworks with a lot of revalidation and whatnot, they don't want to fetch the whole world, but within the scope of the work that they're doing, they're okay fetching, you know, a specific key or a specific thing on the area that they're working on. I mean, back in the day, you do a full page reload. So is it like, this is a win from there. I think that was Remix's like logic behind this. And we get even more granular with, you know, specific keys. Is everyone still alive out there? Sorry, you guys have been really quiet in the chat the last like 10, 15. Just making sure everyone's still out there. Have I gone too off the deep end here? You guys seen enough of this demo? Oh, you did die. Oh, I'm dead inside. Oh. Well, yeah, and it's not our business. It's the best way to do it. So, but I do care about it, which is why a lot of the same primitives that I've been designing in Solid 2.0 that are going to enable the next thing that I'm showing are going to make it so that if the database will give us the right information, we'll be able to do even better things with it. Right? I don't get mechanically adjective. I use that when I'm talking about things that we do specifically for like how they work, but not how they, I don't know, how they look or how like their philosophy or reason for being. I just like purely looking at like the nuts and bolts. So what I wanted to show about this board, it uses a really interesting approach in that we already saw the optimistic stuff getting pushed back in, but what does it do with that? Well, this is not unlike Remix. you get all your optimistic updates. I don't know what they call it, but similar to this. And then what you do, we use a single function and we actually grab all of these as these, mutations come in. We basically append them to a list, because you have to understand the mutations have to apply in order. If you apply mutations out of order, like with reorder, like moving stuff in the list, you can see how it could get weird, because like if you move this above this, second to 0 and second to 0 again, and then 1, 0 to 5, that actually, what's going on here? Sometimes I miss my biggest problem with this demo is sometimes I miss the drag zone. Yeah, I did it again. Why do I always miss the drag zone? You can tell because not even a request goes out. If you do those and then try and apply them out of order, stuff is going to get weird, because the thing that was in 0 isn't the thing that was. Like there's a whole sequence of events. So essentially the mutations have timestamps and they have to be ordered, right? So you collect them. So collect these mutations, and then essentially you use them to create the board, right? So if this was React, you'd collect all those mutations. Now, anytime the board updated from the server or a new mutation was added, you would take the board, clone it, go through the list of all the mutations, and make that the current state. You have the base state, which is the board, and you have the mutations. Create the new state, render it. React will do the diff during its patching, and you'll see the changes apply. And if you add one more mutation, again, you're re-rendering the component. So you're gonna take the board, because it's derived, get all the mutations, clone the board, apply them all again, pass them in, render them to JSX, diff them, do it again. So, and now the board comes back, same thing, clone the board, make sure that any existing mutations that haven't been processed yet, make them apply to the board, render the JSX, diff the board. You just do this over and over and over again. Every process, every time you move a card, change a name, do this. You recreate clone the board, apply all the mutations, render the whole thing in JSX, diff the whole thing again. So we talked a little bit about this on stream, but it's like our first approach to this was actually very similar to React, which was essentially, what if we just, every time listen to the board, apply the mutations, do this. It's actually not unlike this function. I think the biggest difference with this function is the idea of timestamp, which is something that we haven't looked at here. But the general idea would be, again, get the board, apply the mutations, diff it. But what they did here, which I'm actually not seeing exactly how it's working at the second, I realized that, and I showed this on stream with one of the things I was working with the create projection. If you knew, the only time you actually need the diff in this example is when the new board comes from the server, because at that point you don't know what state things are in. You just have the fresh data from the server, that big chunk of JSON. You're going to need maybe the server added something that wasn't used. 2 users are on the site. You need to do a diff at that point, right? And maybe your mutations are applied. That's the only time you need to do the diff. So what they did is, using the timestamp, only when the board itself updates does, see how it untracks. It untracks get mutations. So when the mutations updates, this doesn't run. Only when the board updates, right? And then on this side, on the effect side, a second effect, This one gets the mutations, and this one does. See, reconcile is how solid stores do diffs. It does a data diff, and then basically wherever it finds differences, it notifies individual signals. So like if the whole notes you get from the server is identical to the notes you have, nothing gets notified and updates. If from the server one of the text of the name change, then notes dot, notes 0 dot, text or whatever listens to that one thing, that one cell is going to update the text. You compare the data, but you don't re-render any of the components or do anything. Right. So in a sense, this was already like the basic example was already an improvement over the way React would approach it. But this idea here of untracking the mutations so that the mutations update a separate effect that's different than the one that does the diffing. You'll see down here, the second effect does no diffing. It calls produce when it applies the mutations, which means, and it does this timestamp filter. Basically, it's only each new mutation. As each mutation gets added, and maybe a couple of them get added before this effect runs, like quickly or something. It'd be pretty hard to pull that off. It only grabs that one. It doesn't care about all the other mutations in flight. It just grabs the latest mutations since the last time this effect ran. And once it has only that one, it will apply it, which means use produce on the store. It means that when you actually update the thing, it's actually just updating the one signal. So what this means is instead of cloning the board, cloning or applying every mutation, sending it down to the renderer, diff the thing, only change what updates. What this does, it goes, okay, get me the mutation, the new one. Oh, I see that it updates one text, so update the one signal in the DOM. Nothing else runs. So the mutation, in a sense, is as optimal as if you were doing client side. Like, this is the optimistic update. Like, if you wrote this with no optimistic updates, with no, like, you were just writing a client app that you didn't care to persist. If you were going here and you were going to just change the name on this card, what would happen is, in solid, you just update the signal for this one thing, and this one thing would update, and nothing else would re-render, nothing else would run. You just update its pinpoint. What's cool is that with this example is the optimistic part is like client app, because it's just like state being fed back in. This is probably the biggest benefit of the remix optimistic approach, because it's like these things are just state. We know how to deal with state. And the real icing on the cake is that, yeah, we send the optimistic update, which means we immediately update the DOM, update that one text thing, and we go to the server and say, hey, this has changed. Now, if the server returns the exact same data that we have, it applies the optimistic update, adds the new name, when we go back and let's say that was the only mutation, so it does nothing here, it'll get the board, which is a create async. We looked at the fetch port. It'll retrigger, just get the data, and then it'll go, okay, let's diff the updated board against the board that's there. And that board that's there has the optimistic updates, because unlike when you derive stuff like directly and you like doing this mutation and cloning approach, your projection here of the board contains the current state of the application. Like the trade-off with mutable APIs is that you can't get the previous state. You have no way of just like starting over. It's hard to reset. You actually have to diff to reset. But because you have the board as it is, like client side, like my state shows that this name has already been updated optimistically. When the server comes in and goes, oh, here's the fresh data again, and guess what? The name is updated. It sees the updated name already and goes, okay, those are the same. I don't need to do anything. Nothing else updates. It literally gets here, goes, okay, here's the latest diff. Oh, it's exactly the same. Done. No rendering. So in the process of this whole interaction, the client signal updated a text node. None of your components reran. And we had full optimistic UI, essentially. Like that. I feel like I'm way more excited about this than anyone else. This is going to be easy to write in the future. Instead of doing two effects, you'll be able to just write a single primitive that does this. But like, essentially, from the client side perspective, it doesn't get any more optimal than this. I see a certain parallel this with the LiveView, because the LiveView, they got the save sending the data because they know the state and they know what they diffed on the client. But LiveView doesn't know this, like the state of the optimistic. Yeah, it's really interesting. Do you know what I mean? Like, yeah, I actually a little bit curious how they handle that. Maybe I'll bug Jose, because technically their optimistic client side approach is independent of the state of the server, where like the server comes back with the diff, but the optimistic update is still applying via the JS commands. And then it goes, okay, I'm going to stop. Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, how it's not necessary. You could just like skip this whole mechanism and literally just send that stuff. But as I said, over time you would drift apart. Like if you built, like, it's kind of crazy when you see this and that's what you think. You're like, okay, now that I've literally optimized every other part of this, can we just not send the whole payload? And it's like, that could have been your starting point, right? Like you could have just been like, okay, I'm not gonna do this. I'm not going to use like a loader action pattern. I'm just going to make an API where I, when I add something, the client, you basically have to tell the client how to reapply the changes that you did on the server. It's like the old GraphQL pagination problem, right? You basically go, okay, now that I got the data back, now I'm going to repeat the action in the client or do it. Like it's completely possible to do said thing. The difference here is that we managed to add this capability here without changing the DX. Like it's the revalidate thing. I mean, yes, you could choose not to refetch the whole board every time, but funnily enough, you could also choose to save the board at certain intervals or whatever, right? I was just funnily enough, I think this is almost where we end up these days in these kind of situations where we do this. I mean, it's possible that this might even be just the extreme case for this kind of scenario. Like when I think about the optimistic updates and these features, making a fully sustainable Trello export is not what I'm usually thinking. I feel like for something like that, like especially if it's multi-user, yeah, WebSockets do make sense, right? Like if you're multi-party, multiplayer, it's just interesting that you can basically take this paradigm that already exists, that people are already doing, and just make it that much more optimal. Just refresh the page, right? I mean, when I looked at this demo the first time, I was like, wouldn't it be interesting? Like, I don't know how well it could work, but we did this the easy way because it's like what we React remix it. But could each column, like, there's no rule to say that the whole board has to be the single thing you fetch, right? Like, what if, like, it's a little bit trickier from yeah, how would you wire it that way? But could each column be its own key, so to speak, and then you could invalidate, like nesting is interesting, right? Because if you get the board and then you're like, yeah, I don't know. I've thought about this a few times, that if it would be quite possible to encode information about, like, when I first saw the demo, I thought maybe this is what they were doing, like saying like have actions that are like move between column 1 and column 2. Like another similar demo could be, instead of having one board, having like the fact that the columns are dynamic makes this a little bit trickier. But like if you had a situation where you had 3 fixed columns, it's just easier to talk about. I don't say they have to be fixed. You could picture that you could fetch all 3 columns and then only invalidate a single column, and then have drag and drop between the different columns trigger actions that revalidate only the specific columns. Do you know what I mean? Like you could be like, okay, when I move this to here, I have to revalidate this column and this column, right? Like the key-based system can go more granular. It just comes down to like what the logical separation is. Like, don't get me wrong. Like if, as I said, if you're getting to something that's like really on the extreme of this, it's probably beyond the scope of the specific feature. Like, you know, the same way when you look at Remix and you're like, this is really good for CRUD, like amazingly good for CRUD. And then you're like, okay, I want to do something a little bit more interactive. Remix can get you there. But at a certain point, you're just like, maybe not quite the optimized for that zone. I feel like this gets you all the way up to like using 10 stack table or something like that's like, or you know, Vercel, AG grid. Like this is what gets you, you know, to a certain point where you have to like, you're like the app is the table. Like this is about, I think this is towards the end of the spectrum of like doing page level invalidation. You have to-dos if you could, but I mean, you're still fetching the whole table. I mean, it was more of like if we could separate the keys, right? But yeah, anyway, it's, as I said, this, I quite enjoyed realizing that in the end that, you know what, it might, I wonder, I never thought about doing this. Maybe we should look at, okay, forget about the network. I kind of, how much, I mean, I don't know, but how much performance, like how expensive is it to move a card? Did that move? I don't know. It's just, yeah, the problem is I'm not, it's always hard when you're not in a, but then I have to log in again. Not in like an incognito thing. I don't, try this again. Like, I was just kind of curious if we could like see where the work was getting done. Actually, a better example would be maybe renaming the card. Like if I change this to GGGG, click out. Because like so little work has to happen to actually like update. And then when it comes back in, like it doesn't even need to, I mean, it's hard when it's minified, get pending, like it doesn't need to run the DOM. Like there's like, yeah, I can't really show it well. Like, yeah, I mean, this shows it well, 0.4 milliseconds processing. Like, yeah, I don't know. It's, yeah, it might be fun to compare that to doing this in like Remix or React, but I don't have that in front of me, so whatever. All right. Yeah, this this is the problem. I feel like sometimes some of the topics that I care about these days, like stuff like this demo and Solid 2.0 and even the metadata stuff, is almost getting too far away from like developers' day-to-day concerns. So like it's just not as exciting. Like sometimes like when people nerd out on performance, this isn't even performance. This is like the getting matching optimal DX with optimal UX, but it's getting to a point where people are like, I don't care, I just build the thing and I hope it works. I don't know. I feel like when like edge streaming was a thing and the first like demos we did, people got like really excited about that. This in a lot of ways is as cool, but I don't think quite hits in the same way. Anyway. As I said, I don't imagine we'll get a Ryan Florence review, but I don't think there's a Trello demo out there like this. Is this your mission? What's my mission? The thing is, making good demos, I talked about this before, that it's hard to find demos that show off features and show off stuff. Making good demos is still important for us because people need to conceptually understand what we're offering and that it is unique. I mean, that's what all framework authors are after, right? There's always a way of making better UX. You can always like escape out, go vanilla, do whatever you need to do. But like you want it to be in a way that it feels natural, that it feels consistent. It's not like, that's what people's idea of what the best DX is differs, right? So it's hard to say that, but like if you show someone that something and they go like, I can do that, and they understand like what it's doing, how powerful that is, then like it's a pretty powerful feeling. You feel like you can pick it up and take that anywhere. Yeah. What did Dev have to say? As I said, he did a lot of the heavy lifting for the last version that we were showing off. I mean, everyone chipped in and bug fixed. That's the hardest thing. I told you, optimistic APIs sometimes require some bug fixes, especially as you're figuring out patterns. I think that is still a place that we need to do a lot better with. But what do you say? This demo shows one of my favorite aspects of Solid, that mostly idiomatic and composable code can also be most performant. I get React is fast enough, but it doesn't have high ceiling for performance in UX. Every abstraction framework library built on top of React will be held to React's limitations and have to do a lot more work than they actually need to. Trying to optimize for performance will always feel like battling a charging bull. Meanwhile, Solid makes its primitives unimaginably performant, so regardless of what I do with it, I always have the highest possible ceiling for my app. It makes bringing custom abstractions as easy as using native primitives, and almost completely eliminates having to think about performance as long as you're writing idiomatic code. Yeah, like that's the goal. The thing is, it's a sliding scale. Everyone has a fast enough. You'll find somebody in the Discord, I'm sure, who has like a super fast thing that they put together, and so we'll do that specific thing a little bit slower, and we'll be like fast enough. Like I can appreciate React taking a fast enough stance. It is tricky though when you have the largest ecosystem JavaScript, and that gap feels like it's just getting bigger and bigger and bigger, right? So very, very cool, Dev. I think we're almost ready to shift gears. I saw something earlier here that, where was it? One more thing before we move. Yeah, another dev comment. Let's start here with what Mike Pearson said. Technically, this is sort of This Week in JavaScript, but I'm going to officially start This Week in JavaScript after this last comment, okay? Web development will move to reactivity one amazing tool at a time. More Angular devs should give React a try. 100% agree. Angular is headed in a much better direction than React is, in my opinion, okay? But that's partly because they are taking inspiration from other frameworks. That is true as well. The vast majority of garbage code in web apps is large components whose parts are tied together with imperative code. Okay. I could see from a reactivity nut, like that would be the perspective. React gets two most important things more right than any other framework. Frictionless component creation. Yep. Section of code can be split into child components almost as easily as thinking about it. Yep. Minimal declarative derived state. Yep. Synchronously derived state can be expressed as if JavaScript were a reactive language. Yep. These are amazing examples, but sharing state or splitting state, or scaling state, or anything else to deal with state, and maintaining performance along are all painful in React. But React developers are aware of these pains because they see clear examples of how nice code can be. The contrast between painless simple code and painless complex code is very high. Oh, this is great. The simple code engrades a mindset for small composable pieces of code and for declarative derived state, which prepares them for the next level of reactivity. This part of why React Query grew so quickly. It allowed React devs to code simple async in the same way as they've been coding simple sync state. It was easy for them to see the benefits. Trading for scalable reactivity. This is a whole article, Mike. Okay, that's cool. Let's keep on going. But once the reactive mindset firmly sets in, devs are willing to trade off a tiny amount of syntactic sugar for much greater flexibility, scalability, and performance. Most Solid.js's biggest fans are React developers. Quick check in the chat. Is that true? Are you guys all React developers? React dev, but not a choice. Let's React. Oh, you guys are great. All right. Not quite as nice, is it? But developers who understand reactivity love it. This is how I see reactivity spreading up the layers of web applications. Rather than a completely novel 100% reactive framework like Cycle.js. Oh, this is an even better question. Do you guys remember Cycle.js? Cycle.js, it was quite the framework. It was a purist view of reactivity. They made it so all side effects lived outside and you could just wire everything together. Anyway, I see developers adopting a single, simple, extremely convenient tool for each incremental layer of complexity. Developers fall in love with the hello world-like demos. The reactive mindset seeps deeper into their brains, and then they get ambushed when the tool explodes in their faces at the next level of complexity. Then someone creates the next great tool. This process is probably for the better. RxJS is more general than TanStack Query, but is mediocre for HTTP requests, definitely, which is where the vast majority of async data comes from. Seems like more focus should have given to it, doesn't it? Maybe it's currently more important overall to figure out this SSR stuff everyone seems to be struggling with. Okay, and then he promotes his own state library. But I thought it was... Dev just given the quotes today. This is constantly pulls me towards Solid as someone who really likes React. I get the whole just transfer state into UI simplicity React going for it, but nothing I've ever worked on is satisfied with simple transformations. Trying to tack on stateful logic on top of something that really wants to be stateless results in a lot of painful impedance mismatch. Once you get used to the fact that Solid wraps state inside functions, it's a breath of fresh air from React because things are a lot more flexible and composable. Obviously way more performant, but that's not even the important part. I don't write Solid because I want performant apps, but because I enjoy it a lot more. Anyway, yeah, I think this is the end of the dev spotlight for this stream. But I'm gonna pull off my screen and set up some stuff to talk about what else has been going on in JavaScript. Okay, so give me a second here. Yeah, ad break. Except I don't run ads myself. You might just get caught by them incidentally. I'm not good with this streaming thing. If you're watching me on Twitch, I'm sorry. That's the only platform that probably is sending you ads about now. Probably already did like a dozen times. But sorry about that. Let me get all my stuff ready to talk about other this week stuff. I don't know. It's been 2 weeks, so you think I would have more topics, but let me see here. A number of you are probably still watching from Twitter or X. I wonder, is that working well for you? Did people like watching the stream on here? It's tricky because you don't get the comment, right? So even if I'm asking you, you actually couldn't tell me, even if you wanted to. And then I need one more. All right. Yeah. Oh, no, not that. Open a new tab. All right. It's like when I realized I had no new hack MDs this week. Yeah, there's probably comments on X. People can like comment on the actual stream. I haven't actually looked to see if I can see that. Yeah. It's all good. Let's just shift gears here a little bit. Give me 2 seconds. I'm gonna get back to yeah. Huh, that's funny. Yeah. Well, let's run it into this week in JavaScript. This is something that I don't think there's actually that many new viewers here this week, but if you're new, I like to go over Twitter and just kind of follow my thread of what caught my eye, and it usually leads to some interesting discussions. We already talked about a bunch of Twitter stuff, but more on the tech side anyways. And the very first post that I have actually brings Theo back again. This one was interesting to me. The gist of it, as I said, this is old news, but he literally posted this right after we finished the stream, so I missed it. So we didn't talk about it. So it's been 2 weeks. This is old news, but essentially, Vercel got some heat after that clip from what's his face, Levels.io, talking with Lex Friedman, and you know, in fact, I'm gonna play that clip. Let's open this in a new tab, and I'm gonna change how I'm sharing my screen so that we can listen to this clip. Okay. Yeah. Give me 2 seconds. I'm just gonna switch how I'm presenting my screen. I think it's this one, yeah.
Man, this is my most controversial take, I think, and maybe I'm wrong, but I feel like there's frameworks now that raise money. They raise a lot of money, like they raise 50 million, 100 million, $300 million. And the idea is that you need to make the developers, the new developers, like when you're 18 or 20 years old, right? Get them to use this framework and add a platform to it, like where the framework can, it's open source, but you probably should use the platform, which is paid, to use it. And the cost of the platforms to host it are 1,000 times higher than just hosting it on a simple AWS server or a VPS on DigitalOcean, right?
Up to this point, I'm with him completely. Yes, you're right. I never covered this for some reason. Like I saw it, like it was back at the end of August, like a month or so back. But I was just like, yeah, whatever. Like I don't usually get caught into like businessy kind of drama stuff. You know, I mean, the truth is everything, like the first half of what he says here, I'm like, how can you argue with that? Right. And it's a tricky subject because it's like, I mean, the number of times that I wake up in the morning, I'm like, man, if I had a company and I had paid, you know, if I had VC funding and supporting Solid and all this and had employees, like think about how much work, like how much further we would be along if there was fully paid people other than myself. Like, you know, think about it. Like we have a lot of volunteers and community funding, and we put all our open source money right back into funding the community, you know, so we get a lot of people, you know, like significant effort, like maybe 15-20% time effort, you know, and at times we've hired on people like Alexis 6 months, 8 months, you know, full time. But like think about how big that is. That's like doubling like our current output just by hiring another person out. Like picture if like we had 3 people or 4 people, or, you know, like, I don't know how, like, I imagine I don't know how many people are working on Next or Remix now, but I mean, those are meta frameworks. Like, we're not just, we're like building Next and building React and building, like, you know what I mean? Like, so I get the, raise the money, put the money in. It's like it's expensive. It's hard to actually build a framework these days up to snuff because of the amount of work that goes into it. But this is where it starts to fall off for me. I think where we get next is his bias toward. Let's just listen.
So there's obviously like a monetary incentive here. Like we want to get a lot of developers to use this technology, and then we need to charge them money because they're going to use it in startups, and then the startups can pay for the bills. But it kind of destroys the information out there about learning to code, because they pay YouTubers, they pay influencers, developer influencers is a big thing to like. And same thing what happens with like nutrition and fitness or something. Same thing happens in developing. They pay these influencers to promote this stuff, use it, make stuff with it, make demo products with it. And then a lot of people are like, wow, use this. And I started noticing this because when I would ship my stuff, people would ask me, what are you using? I would say, just PHP, jQuery, why does it matter? And people would start kind of attacking me, like, why are you not using this new technology, this new framework, this new thing? And I say, I don't know, because this PHP thing works, and I'm optimizing for anything, it just works. And I never understood like why, like I understand there's new technologies that are better and there should be improvement, but I'm very suspicious of money, just like lobbying. There's money in this developer framework scene. There's hundreds of millions that goes to ads or influencers or whatever. It can't all go to developers. You don't need so many developers for a framework, and it's open source to make a lot of more money on these startups.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting because, I mean, I could be a little bit wrong here, but I don't think the industry needs an influx of money to get the marketing or the education and all the like the fitness type people running here. Like it like we're talking about almost JavaScript culture in a sense. Like if no one had paid Theo or someone else, he wouldn't have been able to take things as far as he did, but he'd probably be doing a lot of the same stuff, right? I remember the guy who decided to, poke Dan on Twitter and get him to come on for his job interview thing, saw the opportunity, basically was unknown at that point, and he just made the one Next.js video and then do that. People, at the beginning might gravitate towards what they like, and then they realize what's popular gets them more views. And it doesn't take money to do that. It's like a self-fulfilling machine, right? I remember Theo's third video was a solid.js video. And around Christmas time, I remember he came to me and he's like, this is going to be the biggest solid.js video, to date or whatever, and I'm like, and he's like, it's going to get this many views. My last two got these many. I'm like, it's okay. Like, I appreciate it. This is exactly what we need. We need this kind of exposure right now, but your other content will get more viewership simply because of what it is. I appreciate if you find time in the future to highlight us more whenever you can. But if you want to get your name out there, your next content, your React content is way, way more popular. Like it has a higher ceiling, like 10x, whatever. I remember, I mean, we were excited about the video, but like there was a certain reality set in there. And this kind of mentality comes out to training. It comes out to basically everything, right? When you have a Twitter culture where you're just like echo chambering, you don't need money. Like money can help a lot, but it's not the driving force from my perspective. To that end, like how many influencers were Vercel putting money towards? My understanding was just Theo. That wasn't what was driving everyone to use these other tools. Like Levels probably, as I said, sick of hearing people telling him he can't use PHP and why isn't he using a modern framework. And he's right about everything about, the influence of money, how that affects the upsell to infrastructure, the whole thing there. But the propagation of this thing goes way beyond money and marketing. I mean, it does leave an impression, definitely. Like when you look and you see ads and stuff, it does leave an impression. But like, I don't see it quite maybe as pessimistically. Yeah, Ben Holmes talked about it. Most of his content is there because of Next.js content. Yeah. So, yeah, I mean, it's funny. It's ironic and it's tricky and it's messy because like Theo, and you can still see it in his current videos now, he is a big Vercel fan, a big Next fan, and has always basically been both. The money was never an aspect. He actually used this whole thing as a way of being like, I got choice. I'm going to pick tools that like he had the benefit that his favorite tools are some of the most popular tools. So he had the benefit of being able to choose his sponsors, so to speak, and basically just pick the stuff he would choose. You get bugged by people, not bugged, but you get message from people that promote stuff or look stuff all the time in his position. Yeah, I get that to a certain degree too, but I'm not as, out there, so to speak. But I know from my own messages that like he had lots of options if he wanted to do stuff other ways. And he chose to do what he wanted to do anyways, and it was just a very nice alignment. Unfortunately, sometimes really nice natural alignments are dangerous and bad. I mean, who's going to pay to use a JS framework, as I say, if you're not paying for the product? Yeah, exactly. I mean, this is why I always push back the VCs. I always find it funny to this day that when the whole remix gate happened, and like what was it? I got some like nasty message from one of the VC people from whatever who were sponsoring Remix at the time and all this stuff, and they're like calling out Matt Billman and stuff and saying, "Oh, shame on you, blah 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 blah." Hire this good now fly, blah blah. I don't know what game he was playing, but like 6 months earlier, he was trying to tell me that I should start my own company. So like, yeah, I don't know. And I was just like, what am I selling? And it's like, we'll figure it out. It's like, yeah, okay. Like that is probably why I'm not the right personality. I think a lot of people will find a way to make money. That's not what I'm about. So the distraction was more troublesome from my perspective, but it's like, it's just kind of, it's definitely, yeah, solid ink. Yeah. We've talked about it. This is just one of those things where in a sense, I don't think it's going to actually change much as a positive, but in a sense, it could have. If Theo took it slightly harder than, and it acts more negatively, which it might be within him to do, they kind of alienated one of their, but basically this wasn't the case anyways. And by caving and making it public, what did this accomplish? I don't actually know, to be fair, because what did I write here? Whether it's actually true. Okay. Yeah. What did I say here? It's easy to shoot the messenger, but if anything, influencers are a thermometer reading, a reflection of what we already know to be true. Whether it's actually true is a different story, but also irrelevant. Theo is the least of Vercel's perception problems. Having 0 influencers on the payroll only confirms that they are what they're willing to do for perception. Unchanged, this probably won't be the last casualty. I noticed the problem first when too many things aligned. React Next, Vercel info. Trust came into question at every decision scrutiny. Instead of owning it, there's a sense of denial. Understandable, but intention and result don't always align. Resentment is tangible. But this is just one perspective. I hope they get to the root of the problem. Having watched the whole Theo arc, next Vercel, this wasn't it. Theo knows that. Vercel knows that. You should know that. And it's disappointing to see this ultimately meaningless outcome because this doesn't actually change that perspective. This is just another example of like one of those really nice natural alignments that ended up happening, that just when the most popular things all get together and, you know, it's possible to, you know, produce a lot of haters. And if all the haters actually have reason to get together, well, then, like, you know, it's a monopoly. It's too controlled, you know. It's not good for the wider ecosystem because it makes other things suffer. Like, just too many things align. You think, well, that's the key to success, right? But I don't know. Yeah, his videos have ad reads. Yeah, I don't know. It's a new era of this content. I don't know. Maybe Vercel just didn't need to worry about any of this and it just didn't matter. They had their reasons. It's just I feel like we're missing the problem still. And maybe like it's not Vercel's problem. Like, why is everyone so threatened by this alignment? You know? It's just like don't get me wrong, there is an alignment here. It is not imagined. It's just like, I don't know. We've talked about it in the past. Maybe I'm done with this one. It's just, I don't know how to put this in words, but I feel like that people are looking for a scapegoat. I don't know how else to put it. It's like at this point, everyone who's frustrated with React, frustrated with Vercel pricing, frustrated with Next App Directory, frustrated with anything, everything gets funneled at Vercel. Like, it doesn't matter. Like, React 19 could be a thing, and people don't even, I don't even know if people associate, at least in this sphere, associate React with Meta anymore. They view it like as the Vercel company. And it's not true, but that's the kind of perception out there. It doesn't matter about denials and which core teams work where or what now. It's the way stuff is delivered. It's the way that Next doesn't, like, you know, when a new feature is added to most frameworks, they'll go and deploy it on 6 different platforms and be like, look, we support this everywhere. Astro does it, Remix does it, we do it. Next is like, oh, here's it's on Vercel. Makes sense. They run it, but you understand, like, they've somehow managed to get the heat of all the things. So instead of just being responsible for one thing, they are to blame for everything. And I don't think it's fair, but it's like, you just feel the bubbling resentment about people, about the direction of React or this, that, and they're to blame. I'm more willing to turn this back on people a little bit, not just blame Vercel, which is kind of funny position to be in, but like, I don't know. I feel it's still that's like something has to change, whether it's an acknowledgement, whether it's like a breaking up the alignment in some kind of meaningful way other than empty words. I mean, it doesn't even matter if it's real or not, as I said, it's just is. It's more than just hosting it though. Like Gatsby had Gatsby Cloud, and you could do stuff on Netlify and Vercel technically with it. I know definitely Netlify, but they had their hosting platform, and that was their thing. Because of the recent infrastructure stuff, like we were talking about, like adding KV or blob storage to your framework or in SKU protection, all these things to support these server client features that require infrastructure pieces to really work properly. It's not just about sponsoring. It's almost like the only way to deploy Next is on Vercel, and the only way to use React is to use Next, and the only so like it's just like this straight line funnel to put a bunch of money and in Vercel's pocket, which again people like Levels are talking about, like which costs, you know, companies like Vercel and Netlify who do kind of a redistribution through, you know, AWS, whatever. There is a premium for the, you know, better customer level, better, you know, DX aspects of it that you pay over using AWS straight. So, but now because the tooling's aligned with it too, it feels like some kind of scam almost, that you convince people that they need to use React, which means they need to use React or sort of Next, which means they need to use Vercel, which means they need to pay 10 times more for their hosting or whatever. I mean, I'm just pulling that number out of thin air. You know, someone will say something like that. And essentially, like, the whole thing is called into question along the whole alignment, rather than looking at it as individual parts, right? It's not just sponsorship, it's the downfall of front-end development, right? And like, as I said, Gatsby, people felt like, okay, that makes sense. Gatsby is Gatsby Cloud. They have the service, and then you have DSG, and that's a service, and like they owned it. Parts of it is that, even though, as I said, about reality and truth, I think Vercel has kind of denied it. They're like, no, or the React team's like, no, we don't only think Next. You can use Remix or doing this, but server components of the future. Okay. Or, you know, Next, like, yeah, we work on every platform. Like, we all know how true that is. So like, yeah, I don't know. I don't know how much I want to talk more about this. It's just like, I feel like this is just rubbing off the layer or unsurfacing something that's already there. It's like there's bits of it from every aspect of it, even like resentment towards even React itself bubbling up through here. Yeah, I mean, it doesn't matter if it's fair or not, right? Yeah, but it is. Well, it's a little bit more than being nice to use, because like it's not completely true. Like, you can use these features as they build out, but the direct line between React to Vercel infrastructure is so tight when it comes to like what features you can adopt, and when people market these features as you need PPR. Well, guess what? Where can you get PPR? Right? Like, it's not just like, if it was just like, oh, if you want PPR, you should deploy your Next app to here. Like, people viewed it, but it's not that, because PPR is necessary, and using Next is necessary if you use React. Like, you basically saying that there's like, if you want to do what's proper or right, you have to go down this path. PPR, no, the funny thing is it's not. Like, if you go down any Next release, you will hit this sort of thing. I mean, the others catch up in time, but they have to do work. It's not like, oh, Next comes out with a new feature and just works everywhere. Like, I mean, SKU protection is another one. I think we did this on stream before. I just started pulling down Next releases and was like, Vercel, 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 Vercel. Like, it's like we're getting more and more there, and it makes sense. It's like what we're talking about LiveView and Rails, like having these functionalities built in. I wonder if Rails like had that kind of setup because of Heroku, and it was like, it just made sense. You could sell the infrastructure with it. Like, the levels, like, it's fine. That's what Vercel's in business to do. The problem is every React developer thinks that like that's how you have to use React, because like the chain. They have to somehow break the chain, except it's their best funnel, but it's like too much. I don't know. Yeah, the funny thing is, I don't know if that's true. Maybe it is. I mean, I'm maybe, yeah, it's mostly the serverless guys that I'm talking to. But the thing is, like, there's like a next version that works with like Node as a container or Docker container or something. But like from a pure feature standpoint, I know the guys at Cloudflare who work on building all the pieces and the adapters that are missing, because I work with them with Solid, right? And I'm definitely familiar with Netlify. Most places have adapters, right? Netlify has the next runtime. It's like 20 times larger than any other adapter. It's like a whole runtime to make Next work on Vercel, or sorry, on Netlify properly. Like, I don't think the criticism on any specific part is overblown. I think the problem is that the whole narrative is like, it ties things together. Like, I actually don't disagree with the, on one side, I think I'm blaming people's complacency, but on the other side, every individual argument is generally right. So it's like, it's not, it's just like this, it's the alignment that has just shunned the light so that everything just aligns in this perfectly awkward way. Problem with is it underbaked to crucial to dev stuff service, so you're going to approach it mapping and everything. Yeah, I mean, it's underbaked because it's still under development. We're in one of those phases where we're learning patterns again. Where they're running React canaries and trying to solidify on it and stuff. Like, they took a big risk with RSCs, and RSCs could be the future. But I'm saying, who's blamed for that? React or Vercel? Vercel's blamed for that. Like, it was their choice. As I said, they're just taking all the heat. But I'm not saying the specific points of complaint for the heat are unmerited. They're just getting it all. I mean, there's Open Next people were working on, like which was like, they got some complaints because they're like, Next.js is open, but like, there are people have done this, and the Vercel's like, what are you doing? You know, like, a little bit. Yeah, I don't know. It's on one level, like, they could just own it and just be like Gatsby did. But then again, like, where's Gatsby now? So, yeah. Okay, anyways. It's funny, my post comments are coming in like in a weird order right now, which is okay. Let's continue. That was only like the first story, and I spent way more time on it than I thought I was. Okay, we talked about the Jose stuff already. We talked about this. We talked about Strello. Okay, let's talk about this one. Rename Next.js to Vercel.js. I mean, that would be a way of doing it, yeah. This is such a funny idiosyncrasy. I mean, it's more than that, but it's just, Oracle's done like nothing with the name. I mean, I don't know how much I need to cover this. I remember it was confusing when I first started programming JavaScript, because like Microsoft also had like JScript or something, or like, so like, it was weird that there was like a bunch of like proprietary mental kind of stuff, like, you know, trademark, what do you call, my mind's slipping here right now, but you know what I mean, around like the word JavaScript, because it was referencing like the Java framework when it had nothing to do with it. And essentially, Netscape, I guess, or who had it originally, but Oracle ended up buying it out. Yeah, Netscape in 1995, Netscape partnered with Sun Microsystems to create interactive websites. Brendan Eich created the first version of JavaScript, right? So he was an employee, and since then the trademark has basically sat there until Oracle bought them out, and it's just sitting there for no reason. But because of that, things like JavaScript conferences, like JSConf and stuff, like can't use JavaScript in the name because it's a trademark. ACMAScript was always an unwanted trade name that sounds like a skin disease. Microsoft happily offered up JScript, but no one else wanted that. Yeah. It's such a funny story, like in the first place, like how like JavaScript having nothing to do with Java, but Java being cool led it to like being part of the name. Like, it's confusing as hell. It's interesting that Dino wants to push this, but like it's never to this date been resolved. I'm glad. There's so many people have signed this, myself included. If you know, consider, if you haven't looked at this, consider signing this yourself. This is just complete unnecessary. ACMAScript, how do you do, fellow kids? Yeah, no, this is one of those kind of almost like no-brainer ones. JavaScript 1.0 came out before Java 1.0. Yeah, like it's such a weird. Yeah. Sorry, I need to change how I'm sharing my screen. I realized that I didn't show the signing page. Give me 2 seconds. Stop screen share screen, entire screen. All right. Sorry, I was actually looking at the letter while I was talking about it, but it doesn't really matter. You all know what's up. So, okay, let's shift gears for a second. Let's see what else I got here. Yeah, Leonard Jason. I always love the demos it shows. If you get a chance, seeing the ecosystem grow like this is a demo that's using solid UI, trading view, lightweight chart. You saw in its purest form a lot of times. You saw its reactivity system without JSX. It's part of the flexibility. Video on that. Just talked about Trello. Conference talks. Daniel and Attila are hitting it pretty hard right now. Yeah, actually, I guess we already went over most of the solid news this week. Let me look at my bookmarks. We talked about the Jose stuff. Okay, yeah, that's a good one. Oh yeah, okay, cool. It's just reminding myself of some of the other stuff that happened. We'll get to that in a second. Let's continue on here. Okay, the only big shout out that I want to do for Solid right now is the hackathon is coming soon. 10 days, 4 hours, 58 minutes, $15,000 in prizes, multiple categories. We're gonna drop the categories on that day, give everyone the chance to get involved. Last time this came around, this was a lot of fun. So look forward to it coming, but just, you have a whole month and a half, basically from October 1st to November 14th to build something. So lots of time. It's going to be fun. It's been a while since we've seen one of these. I think I said this last time, but it was like back in 2020, 2021-ish, there's like a number of them. We did one, then Astro, and then Svelte. We're trying to bring it back again. All right. Let's go back here. Yeah, okay. This one's a short one. I don't talk about Marko very much anymore, or Marko 6, specifically, because I'm trying to motivate the team to do the work and get there. I mean, it's not fair. Their project's incredibly ambitious. That's like someone saying, until Solid 2.0 comes out, I'm gonna boycott Ryan's streams. It's not fair. But I keep on seeing stuff from Svelte, and specifically, mostly Svelte, and I every time I see the new features and stuff coming in for Svelte 5, I keep on, like, it's like this really cool blend between like solid stuff. Like, it's not like old Svelte. It's like very solid like and very Marko like, and it's like slides right in there in the middle. And I'm like, and because we only really focus on the reactivity on the solid side, I sometimes miss that. Like, I think I saw Svelte adding Svelte snippets. And Marko has Marko macros, like really big on the alliteration on these features, apparently. And I just started thinking about this, and I was like, it's kind of crazy when you step back for a second and you think of how the profound impacts that stuff like signals and the modern approach to signals with fine-grained rendering have had on the React, it's not on React everything but React, but on the JS ecosystem. And then on the other hand, look at like Marko was the original Islands framework, and like the approaches to templating, especially stuff like Svelte's like const and all these like features that I keep on seeing like coming into Svelte, that aren't actually in other SFC programs. Like, in a sense, are very innovative from the Svelte side, but actually Marko had them because Marko did it first. It's really interesting to see these, like, Marko's kind of over here, Solid's kind of over here, to see the kind of like some of these things are like they're. I often say things are discovered rather than invented, but to see these spaces kind of getting filled in more thoroughly and seeing where these things go, it makes me miss occasionally thinking on that other side, because I'm very focused where I am right now. Some people ask me, about, what would it do to make JSX better? Because I make a big deal of usually pushing JSX. And honestly, if you ever get a chance and you haven't watched it, I have a great stream where Dylan converts Marko to Solid's JSX, and it gives you a really good idea of like what templating could do. I don't know if it makes sense to bring JSX, because JSX has a very specific syntax, but like what Marko is able to do is just wild by comparison, because they decided to take on that challenge. I'm gonna post this. I'm gonna post this in the chat. But yeah, out of order streaming. Again, Marko didn't invent it, but they were the first open source JavaScript framework that I think that actually had it as well. Like, in islands, in a sense, server components are a form of islands, right? So like, yeah, I don't know. It's if I just looking at like the design space, it's just incredible to see the space that lives between these two. Like, they're not extremes, but between this whole range. It's why I enjoyed working on Marko. It let me kind of attack the ecosystem from both sides. I got to see, like, I have my very React side of thinking, and sometimes I feel like where we are in Solid is more React than React is these days. And then like the Marko side is way on the other side sometimes, and seeing that kind of flank around where like stuff like Vue or Svelte live, and then like to better have insight into like where they're going. So yeah, I don't know. Marko's very cool. If you ever get a chance to check it out, it's really novel and really unique in its way. All right. We should talk about that. We talked about that. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So we're getting down to a couple last ones here. We should talk about this one. Yeah. And yeah, we got a couple here. I saw this and I thought this was pretty interesting. I don't know where Sebastian got this example from, but it's something that we haven't seen people do very often with React like this, where you fetch data up here and then they're showing suspense in the same component and then passing it through. Now, the reason this works is because the state primitive here is actually holding a promise. So that's the stable reference. And then when you set state, they're using it as a way of basically deriving and storing the next promise. I honestly never thought of doing that. For me, when I think of async, I think of computed values or memoization. I think of it as an async memo, not as state, but right, like it's derived from ID. They do something kind of interesting here where it's like object ID promise, like so it's like it's passing in both the source and the output to kind of get this API. But the biggest thing is fetching above the suspense component. Now, I know if someone from Remix is like Remix is going to be like, well, we've been doing that forever, right? We have our loaders, and if you choose to use defer and not await, well, guess what? You get the promises, and then you pass them through our await component, and same deal. And they're right. But this is one of the cleanest looks of one of these examples that I've seen in a while. But like, you know where I go immediately when I think about this, because I actually wrote a whole article about async handling, and I suggested that passing promises around is about the last thing you want to do. Which, I mean, I did not know that this was going to show up, a month later or so after I wrote the article. But what's interesting is, yeah, you can use here to read it, which means you get it. But there's an interesting coloration that happens here. I'm going to call it coloration is user now in this example needs to accept a promise. It doesn't, or a promise of user, to be fair. So your interface now is impacted by async, essentially, like in this scenario. Like you can fetch up here, but now if a component wants to participate in something that is async, either it has to use and get out of async, like resolve it, or it has to accept promises of said thing. No, the state just gets the promise itself. So you go fetch users. Now state is a promise. They're literally they're calling fetch user here and putting on the object. So you don't get the resolve promise, you just get promise. And then when you get in here, they're pulling the promise off, and then it becomes promise of user. See, prop promise of user becomes user right here. Right? Like the component is expecting a promise of user, which as I said, it's pretty clear what it's doing from that perspective. So I can respect that, but it means that like the fluidity of the system is, and now you're dealing with a second class primitive, which is fine. Promise is built into the browser. I mean, if this is your direction you're going, I have, maybe this is how React will support signals. You can have signal of user and then pass it through. As you know, I'm not a big fan of passing signals directly through components, like making it like a thing that you check, like, is this a signal? Is this a promise? But yeah, it's an interesting example. first response to this, if I can find it now, because I know prediction, people will use higher than they should, probably next to use state, right? Because I was looking at this, I'm like, who's going to pass the promise around, and, you know, further down and further layers? They're just going to like fetch the state and then go use state right next to it. And then I realized, oh, the suspense boundary is below it. Okay, we can't do that. We actually have to pass the promise here. So right, and then where does this go? Yeah, you need to call use, right? Because you can't put use above suspense boundary. That's interesting. Can you still put both below the suspense boundary, right? So this started this whole like debate where we're like, what if I wanted to move the state beside the use here instead? I know that's not the point of this thing, but can I do that? And the answer actually took us a long time. We went back and forth, right? You can't fetch the promise in the same component as use, right? It needs to be cached across renders. It is cached, the promises in state. And then we went through the whole chain of things. And if I remember correctly, we actually realized that no, you can't, because let's see, again, Sophie to the rescue. Creating it in a use state initializer, unfortunately, is not enough. Until a component is mounted, React reserves the right to throw away all states, refs, etc., and does actually do that in practice in many cases. So, yeah, interesting. This is the same problem with doing use memo with it too, I think. It's that the hooks aren't guaranteed to be there until it's mounted, which means that if you have to if you want it to be in state, you have to put it above the suspense boundary, which means that you do have to pass the promise through, because yeah, or hoist it using a cache or some other kind of mechanism, essentially. Yeah, definitely the aspiration for cache to be quite nice. So, yeah, I mean, this is part of like what your brain starts kind of going, what the hell's going on? It's because the re-render model and concurrency, right? Because in React, when they have concurrency, they have to re-render the components. And if a component is never mounted, they reserve the right to be able to throw it away. So yeah, it's interesting. Did I see which tweet? Sorry, I'm missing the link. You can't share it on YouTube. You're going to have to go on YouTube, filters out links. You might have to share it on Twitch if you can get in there. But yeah, I mean, just trying to see if memes are great. There's a lot of confusion here, to say the least. I think a lot of people are just going to be like, I can keep on using React query. Which is good, because JavaScript is a place where promise made isn't a promise kept. Oh, you all are too good. Use effect is a great example of an API that sounds so good in theory, but oh boy, when you see how people do practice. I claim synchronizing an imperative and declarative system is just hard, regardless of the API. Use effect is actually one of the better ones. And I agree. I think people give use effect a bad, like it's unfair. It's actually quite reasonable. You state your dependencies, you run the function. I think the problem, and I think we all acknowledge this, is that use effect is used way too much. And I've thought about this a lot because I've been trying to push Solid more and more into a derivation only system with Solid 2.0. I want to get rid of a lot of the synchronization pieces because they are less predictable. And in a sense, React doesn't worry about this as much initially because like their whole components are derived. You put some state in, you get the UX out. So they I don't think they often think about it completely in the same way, especially core team might think about it, but the React developers themselves don't always. And even like, I say synchronization is easier to think about. It's more like it's easier to like pseudo code out. Derivation requires you to think about all the implications of the system that could derive this value. So people like, when people have like two pieces of state, they're like, oh, I have this thing and this is based on this. They'll just take the one value and write it to the other value. And then if something else could change it, they write to it there and they write to it there. Where in some cases, it should be more like a switch. It should be like, this is derived from this and this and this and this condition. It prevents you from writing duplicate logic at the writing points and lets it be more traceable about what's going on. And it's funny though, because React components don't, like the whole thing is just like a giant derived value. They don't care as much. There was an article a little while back, I remember I did with, I had a chat where it was, what was it? 10 years later. Yeah. With Mr. Abramoff here in the chat, where he comes up with some crazy example about how to like take some React code that's like, I don't know, like has a condition in it and takes some data and does all this stuff to it. And he's like, if I needed to do this in Solid, this never updates, blah, blah, blah. So you write it like, functions, right? And then, but then he's like, tries to refactor it and he shows that, he can just change this in, but he's like, how do I do this in Solid, but duplicate this logic here and do all this and do this? And the problem is, I mean, it's his fault for choosing the example, but he kind of goes on and explains like how complicated this thing is, because in React you can just write this code. And I was like, where's my edit? I got to a point at the end where I was like, why wouldn't you just write it like this? Now, to be fair, in Solid, these should be wrapped in functions. I was just trying to give him the React thing. This count as this, headings this, even with his refactor, is way cleaner than whatever the hell like this is doing again, right? Like I know that it took me a minute to figure out what the, like, how to write it like this, but in the end, this is way better code than like the final React version that he wrote. Because like as you derive data and resort it and resing, you find things like end up deduping or bubbling down into its most primitive parts, and it's almost like a math equation that you're solving with your code as you actually whittle it down. But if you it's a lot easier to start in the expanded form as you're trying to figure out what you're actually doing. Early return is a natural thing to do when new feature on top of this code, right? Because then you just keep on appending or adding stuff without actually understanding what it's doing, which is good. Hopefully your components are small enough that you can reason about it, but over time, no one wants to break a component apart. There's lots of reasons we get here. It was just interesting to me because, yeah, it's just a lot easier to kind of write this more imperative logic. It's a reason why reactivity looks the way it does. Even someone asked Steve Sanderson, like, why knockout? Like, it's like the code inside the effects or memos or whatever looked like imperative compared to like RxJS or something, like piping streams. And he's like, honestly, people, like, at a certain point, you get to a point where like people think in imperative instructions, and like the overhead of trying to wire everything becomes too much. So like I get the argument. It was just at to a certain degree, like it's what's the granularity? Is the component the right granularity, or is this specific value the right granularity? I tend to, on the side of reactivity, figure that you can derive stuff at a value level rather than at a component level. It's a slight difference, but it changes things, as Dan explained, between what we call control flow versus data flow. Control flow has like if statements in the actual, like in early returns in the actual code, where data flow, everything flows into data, like into variables, right? So there is this mismatch. That being said, when you, like, this could easily be cleaner React code too, right? Like, picture if this was your React code, it's much nicer than what Dan had been writing. I think that, sorry, where is it? This one. I think, though, that we don't lean that way. But I was arguing that I think the lack of derived async or derived from props as first-class citizens in the post-hooks world is what got us here. Which is interesting. Sophie's, what do you mean? So I gave a couple of examples. Why does everyone like React Query? Well, it's because it's an async memo, right? What did I call it? In a sense, this is an async use memo where you put the depths array first. Here's your depths array. I mean, this is static string, but, and then here is your memo function, and then here is your result. There you go, async memo. It no longer feels like synchronization. It doesn't matter what's inside. On the outside, you just have something derived. You have an input, maybe this is fetch a user with an ID or something, this ID, right? So you have an input and you have an output. It's derived. The other one is sync from props, right? It's funny because ACD Lite, actually, Andrew Clark suggested this, but it was basically, you have if you ever had like temporary state, like maybe in a controlled thing or like a component where the state reset happens when props change. So from above, something can change, but you're overriding it temporarily until you save it. This happens like, almost with optimistic updates, an example of this sometimes, or, where you have some client state, you're editing, and then when you click save or you click out, it saves and actually pushes it back to the parent and pushes it back down again. If you write a component in React like this, where prop state, this only gets grabbed the first time. As state updates, this does not update. This only happens initially. And you can't put a use state inside a memo. You can't nest hooks. So your only answer, most people think the answer here is you call use effect. Like, let me actually open a playground to show exactly what I'm talking about here. Right? We don't need to make this render or anything. Let's just pretend that we have props coming in to our counter, and you go const, let's go, I'm going to use React syntax. It doesn't really matter. So I'm going to get rid of this, Okay. So let's not make it a counter. Let's make it a name thing. Okay. And then we're going to say, name, set name equals use state props.name. Now you might have an input in here where you're doing some stuff temporarily. You're updating, you're overriding the name. So you might be like on change equals, you know, something along the lines of like set name. I don't know, e.target.value, whatever. And then I don't know, the component's name is probably not the greatest. It doesn't really matter, but what I'm trying to get at is maybe you also have like a button here that's like, I'm just making an example. It doesn't really matter what it is, but let's pretend that on click we call like props dot on save our name or whatever, right? Perfectly reasonable scenario where like basically you have a projection of the state and you can save it back up, which shoots it back up a level and might update this. But the thing is, if you want this to reset, what most people do is they go use effect, set name, props.name. There we go. Synchronization done. So whenever props.names changes, we can also override from above. I feel like this is one of the most common, like variations on this is the other super common scenario where people use effects that are unnecessary. ACD Light suggested, he's like, wouldn't it be cool if, I think nearly all use cases can be replaced by initial argument to use state that actually get derived state from props. Use state value, previous, min max value, previous. So they had this idea of basically making it so that like I forget the exact example, but they're doing something pretty crazy here where they're like using a ref and a memo and then like there's lots of variations of these kind of problems, but like it is definitely kind of interesting that like the idea of state synchronization, like this is the only top level axis of props or like thing that doesn't actually cause the thing to be recreated. Just on a side, I thought that was kind of interesting where like this array is top level, this use effect is actually nested in a function, so would be a use memo or whatever, but this top level changes every time, but use state just ignores this every time the component re-renders. So the answer to how to solve this is key the component from above. To say it's keyed on props.name. That way, whenever props.name works, like you can do something like this. You can above have something like key, and then it can be like your name state or whatever. That's one way you can do it. I also have to pass in name equals name or whatever. So this is one way of doing it. You add a key prop. Another way to solve this problem is to and what React actually, it does like an extra half render, but it's worth it, is you can go like if props.name not equal name set props, you can do this. Those are better than using effect because like effect is too late. It finishes rendering and then it applies it and then does a whole nother render. This at least knows to bail out before it actually does any of the real work. It runs it, but then it goes, okay, I'm going to run it again, but I'm not going to bother diffing and patching and doing the whole thing. It's like it runs the component, but it doesn't actually like go in and process the child components or continues. It just runs this body, creates this JSX, and then runs again, because like when it goes to like finish up, like wrap up, it goes, oh, in the process of rendering, our state has changed again, so we need to run it again. According to their official docs, this is better than using useEffect. But I think you're starting to get to my point here, is that if both are addressed, the need for useEffect largely disappears. Although people might still reach for it because when faced with how to make something update, they find synchronization still their first like approach. But to answer your question, here from the official. Here's from the official React docs. I love how much you know React when the React does. I mean, it's because I'm interested. I couldn't make solid what it is if I didn't understand how React works, right? How do you, and I don't mean specifically focus in on just React, but how do you make things better if you don't know what the problems are, right? So yeah, here's an exact scenario again. Set selection null, avoid. See, whenever items changes from the above, they want to set the selection to null. This is what people do. This too is not ideal. Every time the items change, okay, do they have the key prop example? Yeah, here, key user ID. Yeah, we talked about this, right? Right. The list will render with the selection value at first, then it will update the DOM and effects, and then finally do it again. Start by deleting the effect. Instead, adjust the state directly during render. See, yeah, see, there you go. They made another state variable that stores the previous state, or previous items, set previous items, and then, yeah, I don't know if my example needed. Sometimes, like, this is the hardest part for me to reason about React. Sometimes is like when you get there, you're fine, but I don't work in it every day. I think actual React devs would be like more clear on why this needs to be another state variable, why you can't read just the value from items. I guess you don't have the previous value. No, but you do have the, oh no, in this case you don't. In my example, I had the previous value because technically I was setting it into my own state. So yes, set the state. If items not equal to previous items, set the items this. This is exactly what we did. This is rendering during. And this pattern is more efficient than effects. Most components shouldn't need it, no matter how you do it. So they're like, derive. Don't set state, just derive. Get the selection by deriving, right? And this is the proper, but do you see the parallel between where we started and const? Does this not look just like my conversation with Dan Abramoff, where we started with his final version like this, and I rewrote it to const? Like, it's interesting, right? Because the React team and the React compiler and this whole thing will fight to the death to make sure that you can write code that looks like this. They will make sure, you know, that you're right to write. Sorry, I should have zoomed in earlier. Code that looks like this is preserved. Sorry, let's make it even bigger. Not that version. Right? That they will make sure that you can write this code. But the reality is, you should have written this code in the first place. Well, writing to state can kind of create loops. The derived version can't, right? Yeah, I mean, this is kind of going back to Dev's comment, because once your code looks like this, the difference between Solid and React is whether or not this is in a function wrapper. You add the little thunk here, and the code that is exactly the same just runs way more optimally. Right? Like that's what always confused me, because when I looked at React, this is the problem. Someone who writes signals and then goes to React, like me, they just go, okay, well, like they already write their code like this. This is how you write your code. You think this way. So when you go to React, you're like, okay, use memo, blah, blah. Like you might overuse use memo, but you already write your code this way. So like the most optimal, cleanest way to write the code is how you already do it. So it's like, it's very hard sometimes when I look at React code, because I'm just like, what the are you doing? But I have years of training myself to write code this way. So yeah, is there a nice way to solve this? Well, that's a good question. This is my current solution for Solid 2.0. Done. Is that a nice solution? I'm missing parentheses. Sorry. I mean, there are times. No. I've actually already made this primitive. It actually, what I do is, if it's a function, this is the argument, and functions are already a little bit weird, right? Because you have to call functions to the function setter. Yeah, this updates on prop change because it is a function. This does not, because you just initialized it with a value. That's where I'm sitting right now. There might be argument for to handle this differently, but this is just where I'm sitting right now, because the way you implement this, more or less, is you wrap. I mean, X. Let's go to GitHub. I've kind of already implemented this. Solid. No. We'll just go here for a second, and then we'll go. We'll go here, and we'll go to signals. I haven't touched it this week. And let's go to render effects branch, source. It's so easy to see that it's probably not index. It's signals, TS. Here it is. If type first equals function, memo, create memo. Okay, yeah, there's some internal stuff here. I can show you what this code means though pretty easily. I can write this in Solid today without using internal stuff. Give me 2 seconds. So yeah, what's the first argument? It's the function. So it's like, Yeah, I'm trying to think of this is previous. This is the function. This is probably initial value. Let's make the simpler version. Let's not worry about that. Let's just do this. Remove this, options. Okay. Do. Actually, I don't even need this, sorry. Yeah, I'm like overdoing it. Okay, sorry. A lot of the code just like disappears if you understand what I'm doing here. Previous. It doesn't really matter. We're not going to worry about the untrack. We're just going to. I'm simplifying it a little bit, but essentially, the idea is, and then we can get rid of this. It's just. Okay. It's a memo of a signal. Yeah, here we go. Hope this makes sense to you. It's a memo of a signal is the reason that this works. So it actually reads it. So like essentially in this way, whenever this changes, it's a little inefficient. It creates a new internal signal. But because the read out here reads the memo, the first place gets the signal or writes to it, it means that every time the props change, you create a new signal. It's basically nested. And then every time you internally change it, you just use that signal internally until the props change again and replace it with signal. It's like a higher order signal or something, essentially. Like mechanically, this is better than an effect because we know the dependencies. Problem with an effect is you break the dependency link. It's not derived. Like you write to it, but you have no clue what it depends on. The difference is this, I mean, we're not using name anywhere. That's the most ironic thing about this example. Like, whatever. This signal here for name knows that it depends on props.name because it reads from the memo as part of its accessor. So it knows that when we update props.name, it goes, okay, what could have changed? And it gets all the way down to this render effect. And then it goes, okay, I'm going to see if it's actually changed and I'm going to execute it. And then it's going to go, okay, blah, 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 evaluate this. And then, in the render effect and do the pinpoint update. It actually, like the problem with the effect is it doesn't know. You run the effect and then you could, let's say you did a change that, like, let's say props.name is used directly, like whoever passed it in uses it directly somewhere else. What would happen is if you updated it, it would update the DOM in the one place, trigger the effect. The effect would call set signal and tell it to go, okay, now you notify and now you do it. It does it in two passes. Same as React. We don't re-render whole components, but you do a double cycle, right? You basically run everything, like all the fine-grained updates, and then you run all the fine-grained updates on that. Not a big deal because they're fine-grained. You don't have to re-render any components. But this approach does it in a single pass because it's derived. It's confusing. It's line 15 is, I mean, fine. Let me remove, I'm going to make this even easier. I'm going to get rid of the previous value. Okay, yeah. We pretend this is function create memo signal or something. This is just a mode switch, but it would be like this. Sorry. I basically took part of create signal here. See, now this return statement is crazy, but it's this is the read side of the tuple, and this is the right side, right? So I'm just returning the array. I love the way this composes, right? Basically, make a computed or a memo of signal. And then I just decided that, like, at that point, I was like, why don't we just build this in? Because when I'm creating state in a component, most of the time I'm just gonna set the initial value. But occasionally I might be like, yes, I'm creating state. And don't get me wrong, if I build this, it'll be abused. People will use this where they never need a setter and they should have just used a create memo or something. They just need a memo of a value. You don't need a memo of a signal of a value. But the fact that this is a pattern that you can just like, I mean, we could make this a special primitive, but then that's too much. You come in, you create some state and you're like, oh yeah, okay, it's create signal, blah, blah, blah. And then you're like, why is this not updating? Well, it's freaking not reactive. So, you know, like in a sense, I'm almost arguing that this should usually never be a thing. If like this is fine, but if there's the potential of props changing, you probably should always wrap it, which is why I'm getting here. By putting in the core primitive, it encourages people that when they actually get something reactive as a prop that they care about it changing in their component, they should wrap it rather than just set it in, because like that's what you do, right? Like I turned this off, but ESLint will complain about this. Reactive variable prop name should be used within JSX to track scope like a create effect or inside event handler, or else the changes will be ignored. Look at that ESLint warning go away. Right? You're getting to it. It is possible. You just have to return a function, right? We already have this problem. I don't know if you're are concerned. In Solid today, if you set it with a function, like let's pretend we do this. It doesn't make it reactive, but when you go to set name here and you pass function, it won't do what you think, because we support this version, right? Like previous value pass in. So if you want to set a function, you have to actually always pass in a function to set the function. You have to use the function form always. And that's just the trade-off for us being able to do the self-reflecting version. This is the same. If you want to set a function, you always have to set a function. And I did some code in here because you're like, oh, that's kind of sucks. You're creating these extra memos. But I did something really cool in create memo that you all might actually think is kind of cool. When we create the memo, we create the computation. This is creating a memo internal, right? The return value goes if node read it, if node sources length, if not node sources length, node equals undefined, return value. What this means is if you do a computation that reads from nothing reactive, let's say it's just a function or a string, it will. This await is just a read. This has to do with async, but it will, if there's a node, it will read it and get the value. But if there is no sources, it will undefined itself and return that value. And because there's no sources, it can never update again. So the next time the function runs, it will go no undefined and just return value, which means this node here gets garbage collected, which means that essentially we free up the memory of the memo if there's nothing reactive in it. Now, if I was really going further, we'd actually cache the memory for this and reuse it for the next node. I haven't implemented that yet, but the idea here is that memos that become, or any reactive, I guess mostly memos that become unreactive can free themselves. So the overhead is the API consideration of knowing you have to do this. But since we already do this, the stretch to doing this, it seems very small to me. It's actually makes it more consistent. Because right now, today, you do this, and you still have to do this. This is actually kind of telling, I think. That being said, I'm just, as I said, this is just an example of one way one could solve this problem, but it shows that, like, between this is our sync primitive, and this create async, fetch user props.name. Where's the effects? Right? This is an example of forcing people's hands a little bit. But, I mean, there's one more level here that's going to make people even want to use effects even less than solid, which comes up in the chat. It's so funny. Because I wasn't, like, trying to advertise this, but where is it? The last little bit of this one. Where am I not in here? I guess it was this one. No? So, like, this is always weird when you're like, yeah, okay, fine. Let's go back. I'm gonna go back to this thing. Of course, Dev comes in and goes, wait till you see what solid's cooking up. And I thought he was gonna talk about this, which is freaking sweet. Instead, what he does is show that we're looking at splitting the effects, like the front and the back end effects, so that the reactive part is the tracking function in the front, and then you do the effect in a separate thing. Yeah, you can do this too. That's even more optimal. Yeah, definitely. Like, you've skipped the intermediate. Well, I guess you're keeping it an object, but yeah, whatever. But so he actually highlights this, which people are like, what are you doing? It's dependency arrays. But the reason for this is pretty powerful. I've talked about it in separate streams. But yeah, there's good reasons for this. Mostly that we know you shouldn't be reading from reactivity in this side. You should only read from it on this side. ESLint for that might be a little bit more fun. And we can run this side like in concurrent rendering and stuff. Getting back to my title tag problem, we could like calculate the titles here without worrying about people trying to like us setting it here. Like, my problem before is render effects run too soon and effects run too late. In this world, effect and render effects are almost identical on the front half. They run soon, but the effect themselves, they just get sorted. You do the render effects before the effects. But the split is between these two functions, essentially. You can run all the stuff, know if it's async, know if you have to suspend, even for effects for the user, before running any effects. This is kind of a shortcoming we haven't solved today, and the reason why I realized I was in the middle of making an example for what's that thing for the meta tag. I was working on it, and I switched between pages, and I saw undefined profile, and I was like, damn it! And I realized immediately what my problem was. It was because the render effect, which was doing us good work on the server, in the client was causing us to even though that section of the UI suspended, the render effects on creation always run, so you can render the page. And this side effect was there. And the problem is, if I made it into an effect, which would delay it and make it, function properly, it wouldn't update the title until it actually had the data. it wouldn't also read the async thing, so it wouldn't know it'd have to wait. So I found one of the first, pretty late in the cycle, places where I really have been punished by not splitting the effects in current solid. But in any case, there's a lot of interesting implications that come with splitting like this, because you can say you can never write in a tracking scope, right? Because right now in create effect, someone can write and it's legit. What you can say is you can only call set state in here. In memos, in whatever, you cannot write here. You can only write on this side. The separation makes things incredibly clean. I know people aren't going to like this though, so this might even discourage them further. So they go from being able to write like, where did he write it? They go from being able to write stuff like this, which is easy using effects, obviously, to being able to having to write something like this. I guess you can skip the function. You just go what's his original one right here. You can, because it is a function, you go create effect count, console log count. How does this work with multiple dependencies? Well, you can just put in it. You generally like an easy way to do it would be an array. A, B, C. You could also make it an object. Maybe. The biggest reason is you want to be able to, I know this is not convenient. Don't get me wrong. This is less convenient. I understand why this is less convenient, but A, B, C, the biggest point here is you actually want to pass the stuff from the front half to the back half. React doesn't give you this stuff, which is crazy to me, because this gives us the ability to keep this within the concurrency. Like basically Solid has the ability to call this function with whatever it needs to. Stuff you close over has this problem with concurrency that like you can be reading old versions or stale versions depending on what version of the thing you're making. But this, we can ensure that the right version gets passed to you here, right? Because it's being fed through. And the benefit, as I said, of doing the pass-through approach is that you actually never need to read anything reactive on this side, in theory, which means that stuff like strict mode that I haven't got into yet, I did on that stream. It's possible if we really wanted to get into like strict mode conversations where we're saying like error if people try and access reactivity at top level in components, or inset timeouts or places it won't track, tell them that they're doing something wrong, at least warn them. This is another thing in that category. As I said, we can protect writes to make people, to try and prevent people from writing on this side. We can prevent reads on this side. So like this is, I get it. It's more. It's not a good API. It's not one that like from the perspective of like people are happy to use, but it's exactly what it needs to be. And my hope is that you just don't. Why reach for this when you can do this? Create resource with transitions at the stale as you write, unless using function army is passed to the fetcher. Yeah, I mean, create resource is actually a lot of similar. These on the split, right? You have the tracking scope. Create resource runs at render effect time, like it's on the pure half of it. So like, yeah, I mean, I've known about this gap in Solid since I came up with our async system. This is something I've wanted to address for like 5 years. It just, everyone wanted a meta framework. Yeah, like how would you do this with an array? You would just go, yeah, I mean, you just go arrays are easy, C, and then A, B, C, done, right? That works. Yeah, here, how would you create a signal if you didn't want it to update? My idea on strict mode is that the way to opt out of stuff is to just explicitly call untrack. I know this is not the happiest thing in the world, but I'm actually thinking that the injection of the strict mode stuff is untrack. So in a sense, untrack has the option of having like should error, like as a second prop or something. And generally speaking, by default, untracking is not should error. So it overrides the parent context. So like if the component was untracked, which it does with should error, you calling untrack with it default way with it shouldn't error will cause it to work fine. And then from that perspective, like you always have the ability to opt out of this behavior. The problem then is and it's the same problem I have with on. These are functions. That's fine. Let's do this. props.a, props.b, props.c. So the only reason I'm mentioning this one is because this is one of my biggest pet peeves with on, is this works. This will never work. You actually have to change it to second problem with this is, as the framework code side of things, now I have to write something that iterates over the arrays and handles all this stuff. Whereas, funnily enough, and you look at the on code, all the code for on is basically this. Funnily enough, if I just did this, I just call the function and pass it through. I literally, like, there's no additional iteration. Right? This is, I know Vue does it and like a few others like do it. Assuming that something is a signal or a function signature here, like as a list is not, this is like, it's just simpler. It's not necessarily easier, but it's just way simpler. I'm not saying we have one. It was just something I was thinking about. Ever since that conversation about the dev signals versus signals thing and the whole like crazy where was it? There's a whole bunch of stuff in this article. Devin Gavitt's thing, basically ever since this, we have ESLint warning, but there's been a question like, should we just like be real jerks about it? It seems like I don't know where we sit. When Rust was getting popular, people were kind of like, just shout at people, tell them they're doing something wrong. It's like the extension of the TypeScript thing. We're getting kind of back in a more middle ground zone, but yeah, I mean, there's a real temptation to just be like, nope. If you want to do this, you have to like untrack it explicitly. I have a whole stream on this, by the way. Sorry, my headphones jam up here. How long ago did I do this? 2 years ago? No, where was it? It was around 1.7, wasn't it? Yeah. Strict mode. Yeah. Not easier, but simpler. What does that mean? It means less moving parts. Honestly, this is like one of React's core tenets, and it's one of Solid's core tenets, and it's something that I don't know if is as like I don't think it's one of Vue's core tenets. For example, when I was talking about the difference in the philosophy, I've talked about this before on stream, but simple versus easy. Simple means uncomplicated, easily understood. It's funny when you use easy. Not complicated to deal with. Easy means not hard or difficult to do. I've written my own definitions about this before, but if you just Google it, you're going to see tons of people talk about simple versus easy. Obviously, you want to be both, but often there's actually a trade-off. Yeah, is that the that talk? Yeah, Rich Hickey. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Anyway, I'm hoping. The effects API is an interesting one. I understand. There's very good reason for it. It is actually like React, in a sense, like we're adding back the dependency array, but the implications of this and the implications of stuff like this, I think I'm excited for 2.0 because I think this might be when we finally really step out of the shadow. It's a scary proposition. It's just so funny because I've told people this before. Like we had signals before hooks. I did get this this API from React, and I would do it again. It had nothing to do with trying to like match React's APIs. I did not care about matching React's APIs at the time. It's worked well for us. I picked JSX because it was available. I did this because it's the right thing to do. It hadn't, it wasn't because I was like, oh, it looks like React. So like, it's funny because there's been times that we've also made decisions different than React, and then they ended up coming around, like the argument order for use transition. But I think maybe with this work towards primitives like this, we actually, the way you write code might get, might change a bit more. And I know people like the migration story, but I think when you take something that looked like that example, like one of these examples that we saw up here, and just like literally just go like what would this one become? Use state arrow function items or yeah, I don't even find I don't know. They're assuming a bit in this, but yeah, basically use state. Yeah, this one's an interesting one, isn't it? Because you take the previous, yeah. Why wrap the signal rather than an option second parameter? Are you talking about for the create signal stuff here? It's debatable. The one thing that I liked about this, because you can still pass initial value, is what I'm thinking, is that all the this has the same signature as create memo essentially. Like, oh, untrack. Well, you could, but again, this is like now untrack true, or is that? I'm not quite sure what it just, all of these are like I hate configuration objects, if you can tell. Like it's funny. There's places where it belongs, and like a perfect example is like React Query went from being like this, like split, to like being an object where you have function and stuff. And as you get more options, you do need to go down that path where you have options objects, and all our primitives actually have options objects. But I'm very much still of the mind of like the primary thing should just be an argument rather than just big options. It just verboses stuff out. It's completely an aesthetic style thing, but I like when the simple code is incredibly clear. And I know you get more labeling and stuff with, if you go, like, why don't we do this function, this, name this. There's just, there's just something about this that just always sits with me wrong. I don't, yeah. Yeah, I mean, but then you have to, well, first of all, you need to wrap the props not name in a function because otherwise it won't be able to untrack it. So you have to put in the scope. This, you can't just put untrack to it. Still needs to be a function to defer the execution. Secondly, the untrack true, like now what am I doing? I'm looking at an option argument to then put an additional conditional. Like I guess it makes your life easier, but it makes the library code bigger, which means that everyone pays the price. I don't like if it was the 80 or 90% use case, I would consider it. But if we are thinking that this is like the 10% use case, the times you want to untrack when doing this, it's not worth the convenience for the fiddliness of like more conditions and more checks. That's just like my perspective on things. Right. Discoverability through types. Although to be fair, you don't need discoverability through types, I don't think, when literally like it takes a function. I mean, you see, I just said, I think this is one of my challenges is because I liked JavaScript because it didn't have types. That's like was my favorite part about JavaScript. I worked on type languages in the past. I only really got to go back into JavaScript, a certain chunk into my career. I was doing backend before then. I think sometimes like with the most type kind of stuff, it doesn't sit with me quite as nicely because I got to a point where everything was clean and didn't have all that noise. So it's like it's tricky to convince me to do anything for TypeScript's sake that would get in the way of the elegance of when types aren't there. This assumes it's an object, but it could be any function. This would work if props was a signal, but I mean, because if it's a proxy or a getter type thing, you would have to basically unwrap all the accessors on it. So you'd be accessing, I think, every property, at least in the property description. It's not DHH pilled. I mean, okay, I was a CoffeeScript developer, so in a sense, I thought Ruby was probably pretty elegant. But yeah, I mean, I'm just one of those people who TypeScript has done nothing but get in my way since I started. I've written articles about my experience with TypeScript. I think it's important. I think I've done stuff like useServer. We're inspired specifically for TypeScript, like server functions, because of the importance of the contract. But like, there's times that types work for you, and there's times that types work against you. As long as you don't let the times that types work against you influence your decisions, then you're good. Types are different. They are for easiness, not for computer. They're a super linter, essentially, right? And I think that's good, except for when it would force you to actually, like, they're like also a form of documentation. They're better than comments, but like there's a point at which, and I mean, a classic example is using the functional form of show components in Solid, like this form. Show when user, this one, and this isn't like, while this is a solid problem, obviously, it's not completely, like any JSX who tried to do this would have this problem. You have to do this because even though we know it's going to be there, TypeScript from JSX doesn't know this is an if statement. Like, it just can't possibly know this. There's also the second problem of this being actually a function, which is not idempotent by definition. So again, TypeScript can't even know. So I did this forever and I like this. It's fine. But there are people who, I mean, we have this in Solid. You can do this. And now you don't need to do this. There we go. Right? This is stupid. But I get why like it brings more comfort. So like there's value to it. But like this is like, it's tricky when you're trying to design a system of things where you want to accomplish something which bends the capability of the expectations of languaging, like putting JSX, which is literally a template language. It's not JavaScript. And then like have expectations for things to work properly. You have to pick one. And in the case TypeScript picked React, right? Or to be fair, it couldn't really pick anything else. Like how would it know what you're doing? You do this kind of pattern in React all the time to a certain degree. You don't have functions, but like there's just no way to know, right? And it's a tool that helps you. It's just not. It's not. Yeah, you know that's exactly what it is. April is though. I mean, we do already allow this. People, yeah, I mean, like, I've had some amazing people work with me on the team and in the team on TypeScript solve stuff because of the challenges we face, like trying to bring signals in, you know, and doing this stuff. If you have ideas, probably I'm not the right person to talk to about them because I don't actually get it. Yeah, right. I mean, this is, again, we're talking about how can you take good UX and get to good DX. We make concessions for types, definitely. That being said, I've never had a problem with an API that just takes a function as an argument. Anyway, regardless of my personal feelings on TypeScript, I think that yeah, I think that with these mechanisms in place, it changes things significantly. I think, in a sense, that like even even like if React had viewed things like this too, I think we might have had less like at the time of hooks, I think we would have had less use effect as well. I think this is something that took time to realize, like, and I think that it's hard when you know the framework at a level that the core team does and just can like see the patterns. I have this blinders as well. You just know that people are just going to do really unexpected and possibly dumb stuff. And as I said, understanding that largely is what makes Dan fight to the death here. Sorry, not this example. This example, letting you write code like this and then writing a compiler to try and optimize this for you, to get results that aren't even quite as good as if you just written it like this. So, yeah. I think I'm going to call it a day. I think I covered everything that I wanted to cover. I don't think I have any more bookmarks. Oh, I do have one more. I don't care though. It's just a Guillermo post about why CDNs don't work, which is ironic coming from Vercel, but I think he's explaining why everyone should use PPR. He's right though about streaming is the only way to get. Oh man, no, I'm over time. I'll talk about. I might talk about this next time. Yeah, there's a lot of things that like I remember it's gotten better, but like when I first built Solid, there was like definitely I hit walls almost immediately with JSX, and like we had suggestions like, can I make a div? Well, apparently not so easily, and it's always going to be that kind of challenge. I'm happy where things are enough. The only thing I wish is that I could denote a function as being idempotent so that we could actually type check or like actually null check signals. But I should have mentioned this. Because of our new work in create async, making non-nullable async, the number of times you'll need to null check will reduce drastically in the future because, just 2 seconds. This user in this example, assuming that fetch user is always a promise of user, in Solid 2.0 will always be user. It will not be null user, it will just be user, which means that the need for the null checks will go down significantly because of the new way we're approaching async. So when I complain about this, it's possible that your code will just look like this anyways. And you won't like, that's how you solve the problem. You solve the problem by not making, an extra wrapper function for everyone. You solve the problem by getting rid of nulls. Yeah. Anyway, okay. I am done for real this time. I will quickly see if there's anything more to shout out on Twitch. I do not see anything more to shout out on Twitch. Like on YouTube if you haven't already. Otherwise, thank you everyone for joining me today. And yeah, we'll just catch you all next time.